Welcome to all, and thank you for joining us for our 25th Annual May Conference. Now we have an exciting day to learn from experts in the field of violence prevention. It is remarkable to be here to mark a quarter of a century where we have now trained thousands. It also marks the one-year anniversary of us all discovering what Zoom is. So now, a little about what is in store for today. This morning, Dr. Slaby, Dr. Pepler, and Dr. Larson will be presenting, and followed by quick breaks. These will then be followed by a Q&A with them. Next, we'll break for lunch, and after lunch, we'll be joined by Dr. Meichenbaum, Dr. Nikolai, and Dr. Prilatensky, again with short breaks. We'll end the day with another Q&A with the presenters from the afternoon. Throughout the day, we'll be taking questions that will be answered during the panel discussions. To ask a question to our presenters, you'll notice that at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you'll see the options to chat, to raise your hand, and Q&A. We ask that for this you use the Q&A feature for any questions you have for our presenters, and we'll try to get to as many as we can. If you're having any technical difficulties, please use the chat feature to write directly to us or email us at info@melissainstitute.org. Next, I want to make sure to review the process for receiving continuing education credits to those who have requested. Here is where it can get a little confusing because there are different ways to receive your credits depending on your license. We'll be sending out a survey to all of you and ask that you please fill this out and return it, even if you're not requesting continuing education credits. We really value your feedback, and we have used this to guide new topics and make changes to make the event better for everyone. If you're an MD, RN, or psychologist, you'll receive an evaluation form next week from Baptist Hospital to the email you used when registering. You must fill this out and return it to receive credits. If, for any reason, you do not receive this within the next week, please reach out to us by email. Now, for licensed mental health counselors, marriage and family therapists, and clinical social workers, you'll receive a survey that we'll be sending out following the event. Please, again, fill this out, including your license number, and we will report it directly to the Florida Board. Educators, be sure that you have registered for master planning points on the Miami-Dade County Public Schools online portal, and mediators need to self-report your credits. And finally, now that I'm through with all that dry instruction, I am thrilled to turn it over to our founder and board president, Lynn Aptman.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Aptman, president of the Melissa Institute, and I'd like to welcome you to our 25th annual conference. On May 5th, 1995, my daughter Melissa was murdered by two youths with stolen guns. I will never forget the devastation of that moment and its life-changing aftermath. One random act of violence has had ripple effects reaching way beyond my family. My husband Michael's and my determination to do something positive as a result of our own tragedy led to the formation of the Melissa Institute. In 1996, along with psychologists Dr. Susan Keeley and Dr. Don Meichenbaum, we established the Melissa Institute, whose mission is to bring the results of research in the field of violence prevention to mental health professionals, school personnel, judges, police officials, and other stakeholders in our society. This past year was a challenge for us all. Yet, under the direction of our executive director, Dr. Etione Alderando, and our small but mighty staff, the Institute has risen to the challenge and transitioned seamlessly to online presentations and consultations for families, professionals, and communities across the nation. Millions of people have accessed our 3 websites for a wealth of information on violence prevention and treatment of victims. Please visit our main website, melissainstitute.org, to access all of our research-based resources. Most not-for-profit organizations only survive 5 to 7 years. Yet today, we celebrate 25 years of service. We need your help to continue to do this. Please continue to attend our online presentations and conferences. Contact us to set up consultations and go to our website to donate. We are proud of our accomplishments over the years. These have only been possible through the generosity of people like all of you. Thank you for joining us today for this very special conference. Together, we can silence the violence.
Good morning and welcome to our 25th Annual Conference, Advances and Innovations in Violence Prevention and Treatment. I am Etioni Aldarondo, Executive Director of the Melissa Institute. For 25 years, the Melissa Institute has been at the forefront in the education and training of violence prevention in South Florida and beyond. Every year, we set out to provide state-of-the-art knowledge, proven strategies and programs to help make our lives safer and healthier. In the past 25 years, the Institute has been part of a dramatic evolution in violence prevention programs and services that has significantly improved the safety and well-being of children, families, schools, and neighborhoods across the nation. Today's conference highlights essential research-based knowledge and strategies for educators, mental health professionals, social service providers, and policymakers. Following a year in which unexpected health, social, and financial challenges have threatened the stability and safety of our lives, the conference offers insights and guidance to address some of the most complicated issues affecting us today. This year's extraordinary challenges have left us with a deeper sense of appreciation and gratitude for the importance of educators, health professionals, and social service providers in our lives. It has also highlighted the value of research-based violence prevention strategies in making our homes, schools, neighborhoods, and communities safer. It is my hope that by equipping you, our essential professionals, with proven tools to prevent violence, the conference supports your efforts towards creating a much safer and healthier post-pandemic life. Today, 6 internationally renowned scientific board members of the Melissa Institute will share their current work on violence prevention and the promotion of well-being. Enjoy the conference. To get us going, our first presenter today is Dr. Ron Slavy, Senior Scientist at the Center of Media and Child Health at Boston Children's Hospital, Harvard Medical School. He will be talking to us about creating the new scientific discipline of violence prevention. Please note that you can find additional information about Dr. Slavy and all other presenters in the conference program. Dr. Slavy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ron Slavy, and I'm delighted to be with you today. As we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the founding of the Melissa Institute, I'd like to tell you a fascinating story of how the field of violence prevention was originally created and effectively applied. You'll see some parallels to the challenges we faced in our current COVID pandemic, and you'll see how this new violence prevention discipline is now well-positioned to continue to address our current and future issues of violence in America and the world, and to reduce violent death and injury that is largely preventable. Just over 30 years ago, youth violence in America had grown to a full-blown national epidemic, and it was continuing to increase. The US Surgeon General, C. Everett Koop, sounded the alarm and called for immediate action to stop the skyrocketing level of death and injury due to violence. But at that time, there was no single organized discipline that was capable of addressing the scope and size of this problem. We clearly needed to create a new discipline, a new scientific discipline. And this discipline would first need to develop immediate social strategies to stop the rapid growth of violence, equivalent to flattening the curve. And then, after flattening the curve, to develop and test new interventions that strengthen our immune system and prevent us from succumbing to the societal toxins for violence. That would be equivalent to developing vaccines to neutralize the virus. Now, as the late Professor Edwin Boring noted in his classic book on the history of psychology, he said, all seats on the train of knowledge face backward. It's by looking in our rear view mirrors that we can better understand both the historical context of our current situation and the best pathway forward to make the world a more peaceful place in the future. I'll tell you my story in 5 parts. First, the problem, then the paradigm that was being created, and third, the breakthroughs that occurred along the way, and the barriers then that we faced and to some extent overcame, and finally, the future directions. Let's start with the problem. Beginning in the mid-1980s, both the Centers for Disease Control and the World Health Organization signaled the extreme level of youth violence in the United States. They presented data documenting the extent of the problem. In this international comparison that was performed by the World Health Organization, it was found that homicide rates for young males in the United States was not only dramatically higher than in any other industrialized country, it was also 4.4 times higher than the next closest country, Scotland, and nearly 30 times higher than the homicide rate for young males in Austria or Japan. Blacks and other minorities were particularly at high risk of death and injury due to interpersonal violence. Black males were over 7 times more likely than whites to die from homicide and violence was the leading cause of death for both Black females and Black males. Furthermore, since those who died from violence were often young, violence was responsible for significantly more years of potential life lost than any other causes of death, such as heart disease and stroke. But what do you see in this graph? Of course, you see a crisis of youth violence in the United States. But beyond the crisis, do you also see the opportunity that we saw as researchers? An opportunity to reduce the rate of violence in the United States, at least to the levels of other countries. These data show us that our current, at that time, extremely high level of violence was not inevitable, and there was enormous room for improvement. Like most epidemics, the virus usually attacks the most vulnerable first. Then it spreads to others in accumulating waves. It grows stronger and it mutates, taking new forms to broaden its reach, affecting people with other comorbidities and vulnerabilities. Here you see how the epidemic of violence affected first a wave of minority urban youth involved in gang violence, drug trafficking, and the use of guns. And then, added to the first wave was a second wave of white suburban males involved in school shootings. And then a third wave was finally added that included females and school children of all kinds involved in bullying as either bullies, victims, or bystanders who often contributed to violence. Throughout the 1980s, the number of serious violent crimes among youth in the very young category of 12 to 17 years remained very high. You can see as I point to the laser here, this is from 1980 up to about 1990 here. The level was very high. And yet there was no cohesive and comprehensive scientific discipline to address this problem. Instead, we researchers and practitioners were working within our own discipline to study our own small piece of the problem. And the focus for most researchers was largely on understanding the nature of the problem, equivalent to understanding the virus. And only a few of us began to develop limited solutions to the problem. As you'll see from the graph, which begins in 1980, the number of serious violent crimes among youth in the United States began to rise sharply to epidemic levels, as you can see in 1993. But I want to focus on the most fascinating part of my story, and that's the long continued downslope from 1993 all the way to 2018. The long downslope that showed that was largely based on the creation of an effective new violence prevention paradigm and the application of it. As with the current COVID-19 pandemic, this paradigm has led us to first develop societal interventions that help prevent toxic risks for violence from infecting us, equivalent to the risks of the need for social distancing, for washing your hands, and for wearing masks with the current COVID virus. And then, secondly, to further develop and test vaccine-like programs that provide partial immunity to the harmful effects of the disease of violence. This decrease in serious violent crime became clear when it dropped from 1.1 million violent crimes in 1993 at that high point to about 192,000 violent crimes in 2018. This was an 82% decrease over 25 years. However, as we see recently, in the year 2020, most American cities are now experiencing an alarming increase in the rate of homicide, showing us that we should never become complacent in our violence prevention efforts. Let's look at how this remarkable decrease in the epidemic of youth violence was accomplished from the years 1993 to 2018. It became clear that what we needed to create was a new scientific paradigm. A paradigm would need to include and interconnect at least 4 key disciplines: public health, behavior science, education, and criminal justice. We knew from the writings of Thomas Kuhn on the structure of scientific revolutions that creating a new scientific paradigm was similar to solving a unique picture puzzle. What do you need to solve the puzzle? You need the puzzle makers from different disciplines to commonly agree on how to define the pieces of the puzzle, or what will and will not be considered a relevant fact. To secondly, establish the rules or methods for interconnecting the pieces of the puzzle. And third, to interpret the meaning of the parts of the puzzle that have been assembled and make predictions about which pieces are likely to fit next. It would be foolish and unproductive to allow each discipline to simply use its own facts, methods, and interpretations. That would be as silly as trying to build the puzzle by drawing pieces from different puzzle boxes. So, how do we agree on defining the pieces of the puzzle? How do we come to agree on what or is not a relevant fact? Let's look at the contrasting terminologies and methods for studying violence and how to prevent it that were in play around the year 1990. Public health defined violence as, and generally addressed it as, a potentially preventable societal problem that often results in injury and death. Behavior science, on the other hand, had a 50-year history of investigating aggression as a largely learned, developing, and alterable form of physical or verbal harm doing. Education generally saw aggression as maladaptive interpersonal behavior that can be corrected through building knowledge, skills, and strategies for resolving conflict effectively and nonviolently. And criminal justice viewed violence as a criminal act determined by a jury of peers based on facts and circumstances and requiring punishment and/or correctional treatment. Not only did each discipline have very different definitions of the pieces of the puzzle, each discipline also had their own methodology and rules for establishing what is a useful fact. Public health, for example, was using the epidemiological research to identify patterns of who, what, and where violence occurs. Behavior science used controlled research to provide statistical evidence of effectiveness. Education was using outcome research to measure improvement. And criminal justice was using recidivism research to assess a person's relapse into criminal behavior. When used, however, in complementary ways, these combined methodologies offer a powerful opportunity to make major progress in solving a difficult problem, such as the problem of violence. That's similar to how scientists worldwide have begun to work together to achieve progress in solving the COVID pandemic. So each discipline brought valuable insight and tools to the problem of violence, and it became clear that each discipline also needed to adopt fresh new insights from the other disciplines while leaving behind some of their old perspectives and even definitions. The disciplines needed to work together, learn from one another, and integrate each other's strengths. The goal was to create a common paradigm that is more than the sum of its parts and is uniquely tailored to address the urgent need for the prevention of youth violence in America. Furthermore, the new paradigm needed to build a bridge between our two best types of knowledge: evidence from research and wisdom of practice. As you see from this bridge, there's a gap in the middle, and there often is a gap between evidence and wisdom, between the researchers and the practitioners. But the goal is for the researcher to build that bridge toward closing that gap toward the practitioner, and the practitioner to use their wisdom of practice to build toward the researcher so as to narrow that gap so that people can jump across in either direction and make use of our two best types of knowledge in a linked way. Now let's move to the third point that I want to address, the breakthroughs. You've heard about the problem and how a paradigm is created, but what were some of the breakthroughs that occurred? Rarely do we have the chance to observe firsthand or to participate in breakthroughs, but in the process of creating a new field, like perhaps the first exploration of space or first attempts to control our COVID pandemic, there are often many rapid steps taken for the very first time that often lead to breakthroughs. But there are also many false starts that also lead to dead ends. I'm going to tell you about several of these first steps that I've had the opportunity to observe or participate in as the new paradigm of violence prevention was being created. The first major step was to develop a comprehensive national agenda to prevent violence and injuries due to violence. As a psychologist, I worked with a cross-disciplinary team, including public health scientists, educators, criminal justice scholars, and others. Drawing important evidence and wisdom from each of these disciplines, I had the responsibility of writing an initial draft of this agenda. And then our team responded to feedback on this draft and included additional materials from several hundred different scientists from around the world. We focused on detailing potentially effective solutions to the problem. Our final agenda was reprinted in journals representing each major discipline and was presented, and I had the opportunity to present it in testimony to the US Senate Subcommittee on Governmental Affairs, chaired by Senator John Glenn. After hearing previous testimony that focused only on the problem of violence, I was happy to report that our national agenda instead focused almost entirely on the solution. That is, effective ways to prevent violence. I observed that if people continually heard nothing but the problem of violence, they would begin to turn away and stop listening. So I also made a personal pledge to myself at that time, never to give a talk, hold a discussion, or write an article in which I discuss only the problem of violence without simultaneously presenting the potential solutions for prevention. And I've kept that personal pledge ever since. Here are the four major areas that we detailed, in which we detailed the policies, the programs, and the effective interventions. Regarding infrastructure, we called for better reporting systems to target violence prevention for various ethnicities, religious groups, age levels, types of weapons used, geographic areas, and so on, so as to better pinpoint the nature of the problem. Immediately, surveillance systems began to improve in our country, leading to the creation of several years later, the CDC's National Death Registry, which now provides enormous amounts of detailed data on violent deaths each year and how, who, what, and where they occur. Regarding firearms, we pointed out that the connection between violence and young people's easy access to guns and the dominance of handgun violence and the inconsistent and poorly enforced state gun laws was a major problem in the United States. In fact, it was illustrated by an important study about the homicide rates being compared in similar Pacific Northwest cities of Seattle, Washington, and Vancouver, Canada. There was an equal number of violent assaults in these two cities. It turns out Canadians fight about as often as Americans do. But those fights resulted in 7 times the number of deaths in Seattle as compared to Vancouver, almost entirely due to the greater use of guns in Seattle. Canada has much more restrictive gun laws than the United States, and they also have far fewer violent deaths. Regarding alcohol and other drugs, we emphasize that alcohol impairment is one of the main drug-related connections to violence. Trafficking of other drugs, typically done at that time by youth carrying guns, was also contributing to violence. And regarding childhood experiences, we provided evidence of potentially controllable childhood experiences that lead to violence, such as experiencing child abuse, witnessing violence in your household or elsewhere, exposure to media violence, involvement in gangs, and socioeconomic inequality, more than poverty alone. And later research showed that the experience with bullying also contributed to violence. This led to the well-known CDC study of adverse childhood experiences that many of you know quite a bit about, and the connection of these adverse childhood experiences to violence. Since legislators control funding, we needed to show them that the funding for violence prevention is smart money spent. In a government accounting office study, they found that for every dollar spent on violence in the United States, only 6 cents was spent at that time on preventing violence. And 94% was spent on waiting for violence to happen and then reacting to it, usually in ineffective ways. This guaranteed that violence would continue to happen before much of the funding was spent on responding to it. Instead, violence prevention programs, even at our moderately effective levels of the programs at that time, would save $6 to $8 for every dollar invested, let alone if the effectiveness of those programs could be further improved, more money would be saved for every dollar invested. The conclusion is that violence prevention funding is smart money spent, and the government listened to these data. A second major step forward or breakthrough was done by the American Psychological Association's Commission on Violence in Youth. This was a well-supported initiative, supported primarily by psychologists adding to their dues voluntarily and by foundations coming to the APA saying, this is a problem we would like to contribute to. Do you want to take some of our funding to do it? Which is an unusual circumstance. But it was not only well supported, it resulted in many first steps. First, psychologists, the first step was we were the first psychologists to advocate for replacing the term aggression with the term violence. An example of a small but profound change in terminology. This term aggression had been used by behavior scientists for more than 50 years to refer to harm-doing behavior, and yet it often produced major communication problems with the general public and other disciplines because others understood that aggression can also refer to the generally positive attributes of assertiveness or initiative. The term violence instead avoids these communication problems, and it draws attention to its more extreme harmful consequences of injury and death. So we advocated to change to violence and called it the Commission on Violence in Youth. We also did first-time reviews on many overlooked topics that expanded the field of violence prevention. Those topics included, for the first time, examining LGBTQ youth and violence, the relation of Native Americans to violence, of Asian and Pacific Islanders to violence, of mobs, separate from gangs, but of the relation of mobs to the stimulation of violence, and policy recommendations and prevention and treatment were given for the entire field. We heard testimonies in this commission from youth in the most violent community in the United States, which at that time was Washington, D.C. And we summarized our 50 years of research on aggression and violence in a book that was entitled Reason to Hope. These are the results and the conclusions from our APA Commission findings. We said that violence is primarily learned. Since it's learned, it can be unlearned, or conditions can be changed so that it's not learned in the first place. Violence develops from early childhood. The earlier we intervene, the more effective the intervention can be. But it's never too late to treat violence effectively. However, it becomes much more difficult in adolescence or adulthood. And finally, violence spreads to others if not stopped. We pointed out that victims often become victimizers, and that bystanders, if not trained properly, or can become co-perpetrators. These findings were regarded as a reason to hope and were widely disseminated in a major media blitz on TV, in the newspapers, on radio programs, and with personal interviews on programs such as Good Morning America and Larry King interviews, equivalent, I suppose, today to Oprah, interviews on Oprah, and talk radio programs. So it really caught the attention of the public, and I think was a major breakthrough. Demand grew for evidence of effective programs based on controlled research. Research that I conducted with Dr. Nancy Guerra was the basis for one of the first effective treatment programs for violent youth. We compared the habits of thinking of adolescent violence offenders in a maximum secure correctional facility with their high school peers. And we were surprised to find such dramatic differences in how, what, and in what ways they thought about violence. For example, violent offenders showed a major lack of skills in solving social problems nonviolently. And they held strong beliefs supporting violence. For example, let me ask you, would you agree with the statements, it's okay to hit somebody if you're mad enough? Or victims of violence usually deserve what happens to them? As we found out, more than 80% of the violent offenders would agree with those statements. Whereas their high school counterparts who grew up in the same neighborhoods, were the same age, were basically of the same race and ethnicity, they basically, none of them agreed with these beliefs about violence. Violent offenders also showed an impulsive style of decision-making that was quick and short-sighted. Then, by developing a treatment program for adolescent offenders designed to change these habits of thought, we found that these violent offenders who participated in this program that was targeted at the lack of skills that they had, the beliefs that they held, and the impulsive decision-making that they showed. This program reduced their violent behavior, and it changed each of their habits of thinking. And it also tended to decrease their recidivism up to 2 years later after they left the juvenile correction facility. And this was done as compared to 2 control groups. One group of violent offenders received no such treatment, and they made no such progress. And the other control group received the life skills program, which basically teaches them such things as how to open a bank account rather than how to change your violent thoughts and behavior. What this led to is a model. This is a model of the habits of thought. And it's a model that is developed and designed to unite various disciplines. In this model, you can see the circle on the left over here is social experiences or toxins for violence. And you'll recognize the various risk factors over here. Those are just some of them. Many of them have become what's called adverse childhood experiences. You'll see over at the left that the circle is the behavior outcome of violence, violent behavior or violent supporting behavior as victims or perpetrators, or else violence preventers. And what public health typically did and has done is to look at these social experiences as risk factors and to connect it with the circle on the right and try to develop different social experiences or control those social experiences so as to reduce the amount of violence. What the educator often attempted to do is to control specific violent behaviors by focusing directly on the behavior and using rules and behavioral consequences to try to control violent behavior. But when they realized that there's another strategy and violence prevention programs began to be developed, they could intervene at this center circle and teach children how to think about violence in a way that is equivalent to strengthening their immune system against violence. And so educators tended to look at the middle circle here and its effect on the circle on the right. And finally, behavior scientists tended to go directly to the center circle because they saw that it was a connector between the circle on the left and the circle on the right. It helped to explain who and under what circumstances of those who experience the toxins or the virus for violence why is it that some succumb to that toxin and others do not? It has to do with the immune system. And if you intervene here, it's equivalent to developing a vaccine that may give you more generalizable and long-lasting effects of protecting you from the toxins. And as you see, the arrows can go the other direction as well. Perhaps your immune system will broaden and be connected with toxins that have not yet been identified, like variants of the COVID virus. Therefore, the way to strengthen an individual's immune system to prevent violence is one of them is to change their habits of thought through cognitive mediators, as we call them, by building skills in solving social problems nonviolently. That's your process of thinking, how we think. By challenging beliefs supporting violent behavior, that's your content of thought, or what we think. And by changing decision-making from impulsive to reflective style of thought, connecting the how and the what of thinking. We also began to see if we can change the behavior and have longer term effects of the behavior of reducing violence on violent juvenile offenders, why wait until they're already offenders, guaranteeing that you're only dealing with those who have already committed violence, where changing them might be much more difficult? So we developed and designed a curriculum for middle school coordinators, and it was one of the first evidence-based programs to prepare bystanders to help prevent violence. Again, we did it by directly building skills, changing beliefs, and teaching them to think first. We had a think first model, in fact, which we had in 4 steps that every one of the middle school students learned how to apply through role playing and through practice. Keep cool, size up the situation, think it through, and do the right thing. Meanwhile, there was evidence-based prevention programs were in great demand, and it was difficult to know which programs were to be recommended and which were not. And the government decided to set up panels of scientists to review which programs would be designated as model programs, effective programs, promising programs, or ineffective programs. This is equivalent to like setting up the Federal Drug Administration to test the vaccines before they're distributed widely. And the Department of Health came up with 23 programs, Department of Education, 33 violence prevention programs, Surgeon General, 26, and the Department of Justice, 7 programs. Since then, there have been many more programs, and the panels that have originally set up the evidence-based programs are no longer in existence except for the Health and Human Services, to some degree, looking at this issue. Another major breakthrough, and one of the biggest of all, was the Safe Schools, Healthy Students program, which was the first program that had a funding partnership between the US Departments of Health, Education, and Justice. I'll repeat that again. There had never been a funding partnership involving all 3 of these departments. But they created it shortly after Columbine to address the immediate problem of violence prevention. And they gave $2 billion in grants to 365 sites, influencing 13 million students in the first 14 years. The program still goes on, but in a more limited capacity. The Safe Schools, Healthy Students program was also the first to require community teams to get together. Even to apply for this grant, you would need to identify a school superintendent, your health director in your community, your sheriff, your early childhood educator, your evaluator, and your team coordinator, and you would set up a way in which they would have regular meetings to coordinate the intervention of violence prevention, of drug abuse prevention, and of early childhood education in your community. It was also the first to use a logic model to very specifically outline what your program was and what your goals were. It required you to take baseline data in your community on violence, for example, in the schools, or bullying in the schools, to then have your general goals and specify them, and then specific objectives of to what extent you wanted to change those goals. Was it reasonable to change them by 20% within 3 years, for example? And the activities that you would use to try to change those data. For example, violence prevention programs of various kinds. Also, you needed to specify who the partners were, who was going to be involved, and have process measures, and then finally common outcome measures. This was the first time that there was cross-site meta-analysis evaluation of the programs. So it was for the first time ever that data within each school or community would be combined because the measures were the same as the measures in another community that was also trying to change their levels of violence. This was done so that the researchers never wanted to face Congress and say, you've had $2 billion, has your program worked? And then have the researchers say, well, I can tell you a story about this particular school, or I remember an anecdote about this. And they said, that's not good enough. We need cross-site meta-analysis. And it was done for the very first time. And the findings showed that there was a 17% decrease in students involved in violence over the first 2 years. This modest decrease was an important step in evidence-based research across diverse sites. And finally, violence prevention became international. The various banks and world organizations came into play in violence prevention. The Inter-American Development Bank, for example, gave the first national violence prevention, gave funds to have Uruguay and Colombia do a first national violence prevention plan. As a result, for example, in Cali, Colombia, they were able to reduce homicides by 30% in that city in 3 years. And Bogota in Colombia was able to reduce homicides by 75% in 9 years. The World Bank was one of the first to have global conferences, starting in 1998 and several since then. And the World Health Organization was the first to declare violence as a major world public health problem, and then to provide various sources of data on violence prevention, including a very useful one called Violence Prevention, the Evidence. So we can see much progress over the last 30 years in developing our current violence prevention paradigm. We have 30 years of research showing that violence prevention can work. We have 20 years showing that it does work with demonstrations. We have 15 years showing how violence prevention works best. And we have 10 years of showing that violence prevention can be scaled up to national and even international levels. And we have 5 years of violence prevention research showing that this research can work hand in hand with political activism, as we're beginning to see throughout our country. Now let's turn to the fourth point, barriers in the progress of violence prevention. You might think that everyone agrees that preventing violence is a good thing, since no one would want themselves or their loved ones to suffer from injury and death. But you would be wrong. There are a number of barriers to our continued progress in preventing violence. By far, the greatest barrier is our extremist gun culture, including the most guns per capita in the world, our open carry laws, our stand your ground laws, the easy availability of assault weapons, the loopholes in background checks, and on and on. In addition, a pro-gun act of Congress, known as the Dickey Amendment, had blocked all federal funding for gun research for the last 25 years. They withdrew all funding, which was seen as a major victory by the National Rifle Association. And only recently has this amendment been somewhat moderated, allowing some research to go forward on sensible research to see what the situation is with gun use and various methods of reducing violence due to guns. But another impediment is the political support that favors punitive rather than preventative strategies, such as corporal punishment and zero tolerance policies in schools, or programs such as Scared Straight, boot camps in juvenile correction facilities, approaches that are ineffective at best and even counterproductive in some cases. Another barrier comes from our criminal justice system, in which based on mass incarceration with little or no rehabilitation, resulting in very high recidivism. Then there are organizations that profit from violence, such as the gun industry, the private prison industry, and these organizations actively block violence prevention. And there's a continual ongoing barrier of funding shortages based on priorities that favor prisons or militarizing police departments instead of prevention programs or other priorities other than violence prevention. There's also a mindset barrier. The barrier is that was demonstrated to me after giving testimony to the Senate subcommittee and thinking that perhaps the headline the next day would be "Violence is Preventable." And instead, what I heard was a spin by a staffer in the spin room afterwards who said, "The war on drugs is over. The war on violence has begun." The war on violence, this is a oxymoron, as they say. I would suggest that words are important. And just as we attempt to persuade anti-vaxxers to accept the effectiveness of vaccines, we need to persuade people that violence is indeed preventable and that they can personally make a difference. The term "a war on violence" is really setting up a problem in an unsolvable way. And then let's move to the last segment of this presentation, and that's the future directions for violence prevention. Not only has violence prevention paradigm served us well over the last 30 years, it's also well suited to address many of our most critical future issues. These include men's violence against women in all of its forms, including sexual assault, dating violence, and domestic violence, which has so clearly been brought to our attention by the Me Too and the Time's Up movements. And secondly, this paradigm, I think, is set up to address the recent increase in racial, ethnic, and religious violence against Blacks, Latinos, Asian and Pacific Island Americans, Native Americans, Jewish and Muslim communities. In a momentous development, the Black Lives Matter movement has been described as the largest movement in United States history. And I think the population is beginning to be prepared to take steps forward. Then there's violence prevention against LGBTQ community, including discrimination, bullying, and physical violence. And finally, there's radicalized, fourth is radicalized militias that promote white supremacist and anti-government ideologies that have dramatically increased under the Trump administration, as we shockingly saw in the insurrectionist attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Then there's another future direction that's important, the mass shootings. In response to mass shootings in schools, workplaces, and communities, gun safety groups have formed, such as the Everytown for Gun Safety group, the Sandy Hook Promise group, the March for Our Lives group. They've made gun safety legislation a prominent local and national issue. And then there's bullying. Key issues in bullying include the origins of bullying in early childhood, cyberbullying, and adult bullying. Fortunately, all 50 states have developed bullying prevention mandates now for their schools, thanks to the Obama's leadership on this topic of bullying. As you'll hear later in this symposium from my colleague Don Meichenbaum, bystanders can play a pivotal role in violent situations by either encouraging the perpetrator or helping the victim. Bystander strategies offer children and adults alike the opportunity to become actively engaged in the prevention of violence. Teaching effective and safe bystander strategies can be part of an increasing educational focus on caring for and helping one another, fostering empathy and social perspective taking. Bystander strategies exemplify the ideals of participatory democracy, and they can prepare youth to become the violence preventers of their generation. As the well-known civil rights leader in the early 1900s said, "The price of freedom is eternal vigilance." After having worked in this area for so long, I would say the price of freedom from violence is active engagement in preventing violence. I'd like to end my presentation with one of my favorite quotes from the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. on the cost of violence. "The old law of an eye for an eye leaves everybody blind. It leaves society in monologue rather than dialogue. It creates bitterness in the survivors and brutality in the destroyers." Thank you for listening. And thanks to the Melissa Institute for supporting this important movement throughout the last 25 years, which we will now refer to as the Melissa Institute's first 25 years. Thank you.
That was a lot of great information. Thanks, Ron, for your many years of service to the Institute and your steadfast commitment to the science and practice of violence prevention. We will now take a short break and come back to Dr. Pepler's presentation. We're back, and I have now the pleasure of presenting to you our esteemed Canadian Scientific Board member, Dr. Deborah Pepler, an international leader in research on aggression, bullying, and victimization among children and adolescents, who will talk to us about nurturing children for violence prevention and treatment. Take it, Deb.
Thank you so much. I feel so fortunate to be here and deeply, deeply appreciative of having been part of the Melissa Institute since its early days. And before I start, I want to send out a special thank you and acknowledgement to Lynn and Michael Aptman, to Susan Keeley, Don Meichenbaum, Trish Ramsey, Frank Delorier, and Etienne Aldarondo, who is now the executive director. And I am delighted to be able to share with you really the understanding that I've developed over the last 25 years, and it's changed considerably. So looking forward to talking about nurturing children for violence prevention and treatment. So these are the learning objectives. We're going to look at children who grow up in difficult experiences, have a brief understanding that these experiences get under the skin. They develop into unhealthy behavior patterns. We're going to look specifically at nurturing children and promoting their connection and engagement and sense of belonging within the family and school and community. And then in the end, I'm going to talk about changes at different system levels that are needed to ensure that children who are at risk for developing violent patterns and their families are supported for healthy development. I'm going to take what I'll call a developmental relational perspective on violence and prevention treatment. And what I mean by that is we're going to look at children's development and how they develop in the context of relationships. And in order to do that, we have to have strategies for identifying children at risk early so that they don't constantly slip through the cracks and suddenly appear as a young adolescent who's violent. We have to ask the questions, what has developed for these children that really puts them at risk? And what have they not developed that would help them to manage day to day in their tasks at school and home in the community? And then we'll talk about strategies for promoting healthy development. And those strategies are embedded in the context of healthy developmental relationships. So from a developmental perspective then, so we're thinking about children's development, we take a perspective first on the child. It's helpful to know how antisocial behavior or aggressive behavior develops, how pro-social behavior develops. And these develop typically mostly in the early childhood period, so the time children enter school, these patterns are fairly well established. We want to talk about developmental timing. Are children developing at the same rate as their peers in this? And it's interesting, years ago, I had an opportunity, more than 30 years ago, to visit Gerald Patterson at the Oregon Social Learning Center. And Jerry talked about the 8-year-olds who came into treatment looking about like 3-year-olds. So they had missed so many of the developmental supports that they needed. And looking then through this developmental lens really helps us to understand where they're lagging. And surprisingly, for some of the aggressive children and youth, they engage in some things faster than other students. So they engage in dating relationships faster and substance use faster. They orient away from parents faster. And all of these are in fact risk behaviors. And then we have to step back and look at the child's relationships. So we know that children need to develop optimally. They need a safe and secure environment, a home environment, school environment, community environment to develop. But we also need to ask the question, do those who are responsible for supporting the child have the capacity to support their development in the way we want? And so we'll talk about that. The other issues that comes up is it's not just about adults, it's about our peers engaging with this youth in a way that's going to promote a pathway to healthy development or constrain him or her on a pathway of antisocial behavior. And finally, children absolutely need to develop in the context of healthy relationships. This is in fact the core mechanism for development throughout the lifespan. What is a healthy relationship? Well, we started to think about this and talk about this about, I don't know, 15 years ago. And a healthy relationship is one that promotes health at the very bottom level. It promotes physical health, emotional, mental health, social health, and well-being. And what what kind of relationship does that? Well, first, it's a relationship that contains the child and helps the child feel safe and feel valued and feel secure, that they can always come back to that relationship and get the kind of support they need. It's a relationship that supports them to learn a wide range of skills and challenges them. And we'll talk about scaffolding, which is challenging a child and giving supports that enable them to develop a little bit above what would be expected of them. But perhaps the most important thing about healthy relationships is that it doesn't add stress to children's lives, because there's been such a huge amount of research now on stress and its impact on brain development, on well-being, on genetic expression. And the stress response sends out signals through the body that really constrain development for children and youth. And so the role of a healthy relationship is to help buffer the inevitable stresses that happen in day-to-day life and doesn't add stress. So isn't a physiological burden on the child or youth. So healthy development depends on healthy relationships. And I'm not sure whether you're familiar with the Search Institute, but it's an institute that does research on youth and takes a positive youth development perspective. They developed 40 assets for youth, some of them based in the youth, others based in the environments that the youth were growing up in. And this is where they've landed. After decades of forming hypotheses, conducting surveys, crafting and rewriting definitions, analyzing data, writing journal articles, the Search Institute researchers and practitioners have arrived at a surprising, simple conclusion. Nothing has more impact in the life of a child than positive relationships. And they coined the term developmental relationship, and I wish I had coined that term because it's a beautiful term and I'm going to use it. So the question is then, how do we identify children who are at risk for developing aggression and antisocial behavior problems? And how do we find them early? And this is part of prevention and part of the focus of the Melissa Institute on preventing and treating violence. So the first step is identifying which children are at risk. Well, in 2003, Rolf Lober, David Farrington, and David Petichuk summarized research indicating that there are 7 years of warning before a boy moves into delinquency. And you may have heard my colleague, Lena Ajamari, talk about that. Lena and I started working together over 35 years ago and share a lot of the same perspectives. And I value the tools. So I'm going to be talking about the work that we've done together. So in this work that Lober, Farrington, and Petichuk did, they found that the average age of onset of minor problem behaviors was 7 years of age, whereas the average age of first court contact was 14 and a half years. So they looked at these data in many, many different ways, but concluded that there's 7 years during which the adults who are involved in a boy's life, and these data are on boys, and would be a bit different for girls because girls tend not to end up in the criminal justice system as readily, but experience serious mental health problems and relationship problems. But the adults should have been aware of the difficulties that this boy was experiencing and have actively worked to prevent this journey that the boy was following along an antisocial pathway to crime. So, in order to identify children who are at risk for antisocial aggressive behavior, there are challenges when we interact with a child on a day-to-day basis, perhaps as a parent or as a caregiver, even as a teacher, a coach. We may not be able to see the patterns of warning signs. And that's really important because it's the patterns that tell you that this is a problem that occurs in many different places, that's quite severe, that happens frequently, and it's been going on for an extended period of time. And without understanding the risks, you then don't have a framework or a pattern of behavior problems that lets you construct the appropriate developmental supports. You don't know where the child needs help or where the family needs help. So Lena and colleagues have developed the early assessment risk list. It's in its third version now, and I've had the privilege of collaborating on this. But it's a tool to assess explicitly defined risk factors that are associated with later criminality. It was first developed for boys, and then we developed a risk list for girls. And in this final, the third version now, I'm going to say final, the boys and girls versions have been put together, and the best of both have been combined with special focus and orientation, thinking about gender as it plays out and culture as it plays out. So it's a tool that helps clinicians develop treatment plans for at-risk children and their parents. And it takes the clinician through 9 types of family risk, and the risk can be not present, a bit present, or very present, and 9 child items, and then 3 responsivity items, which relate to the extent to which the clinician believes the child is ready and open to treatment, the parents are ready, and the community is able to support this child in positive ways. And I may be wrong, but I think the Earl is being used in Miami in conjunction with the SNAP program that has been in Miami for many years. So you may have a lot of familiarity with this. So when we're taking a developmental perspective, we need to ask, what has this child developed that may be adaptive in the moment, but not functional in a larger context? So children may have learned that they can act out, they can cry, they can scream, they can hit, and finally the parents who are exhausted will give in. Well, that's what Jerry Patterson called a coercive process. And so in an inadvertent way, children learn these acting out, aggressive, disruptive behaviors because it gets them attention. And some attention is better than no attention at all. The other question is, what has not developed for the child that puts them at risk? And have the children not developed pro-social behavior? Have they not developed perspective taking so they can think about the other and how the other's feeling? Have they not developed a moral compass? Have they not developed the things that they need regulation for really healthy interactions with anyone? And how do children's relationships that they're currently in, it may be in the family, it may be in the classroom, maybe in the peer group or on a team or recreational activity in the community, how do they shape their healthy or conversely unhealthy development? Well, it helps if you have, in a sense, binoculars to look at developmental and relationship perspectives. Through one lens, you look at the child or youth's needs and strengths and challenges and get a good assessment of that child. And through the other lens, you look at the child or youth's relationships. How are the relationships within the family? How are they with peers? How are they with adults? and in the community. And so you always, with this perspective, need to look through the binoculars, and in the true sense of binoculars, it gives you 3D, it gives you depth perception into the needs that the child's experiencing. So I'm going to take you through a video observation, and some of you who have seen me talk before, I may have shared this video with you. It's a girl who is in grade 3. She was identified as aggressive, non-compliant, and disruptive by her teacher. So by grade 3, she's 8 years old, and she is not ready for school. She's not ready to do so many of the things that are needed: paying attention, sitting quietly, interacting positively. So she was referred to social skills training. And we're going to observe her. I apologize. We're videotaping from 100 feet away, and it's not very clear, but you can hear her for sure. And be able to look at what she's doing and how difficult a time she's having of it. She knows she's being videotaped. We have permission to videotape her and to show the videotapes for research and educational purposes. And I don't expect you to recognize this girl or the other children, but if you do, please maintain confidentiality. So she starts out playing with some kindergarten children, and there's a teacher there, a playground supervisor there, and then tries to get into a skipping game with her classmates. And you'll see that they reject her. One girl is aggressive toward her. She then tries to find the girl who borrowed a skipping rope that somebody had given her. Her problem-solving skills are really lacking in that. And then she goes to another supervisor and asks for help in getting the skipping rope. And I'd like you to look at how that adult responds to the child. So there are many things to look at. So while we're watching, I'd like you to think about the behaviors she's developed that create difficulties for her and for others. What are her developmental lags? Why is she lacking? And how do others relate to her? So I'll start this, and it'll run for about 3 minutes, and then we will chat about it.
Is she right? Hey, I don't hear ya.
I'm just going to stop for a minute and tell you that the girl in the yellow shirt is the one who has the remote microphone on, and she's the one we're observing. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that. So we'll continue.
Gracie, if you want to join in, you have to ask.
I asked her, but she always said, no.
Well, what happened to that rope Mrs. Goodson got you?
What?
Where's your rope?
Caroline took it home and she's not bringing it back. Caroline, get over here. Lester said to bring my skimming rope back, and you don't bring it back tomorrow. I'm going to tell Miss Lister, and I'm going to tell her right now. I know. Well, where is it? I'm going to bring it tomorrow. You better, because if you don't, I'm going to rip your head off. You can't. If I can, I could cut it off. No, I won't. Yeah. Miss Lester, remember you said to Caroline to bring my skipping rope back?
She do it?
No.
Well, we have to take it to the office, I guess. But not right now, not yet.
What is that? I Metrodon.
Okay, go play.
But Caroline's not gonna give me back my stimmy rope.
Right now, it's right.
I only put it into one. You're going. Caroline, Miss Lister said if you don't bring her back tomorrow, I'm gonna have to take you to the office. I mean it. I'm telling Mrs. Potter. You better.
I think we'll leave it there, and just go back and talk about these questions. I'm sorry that it's not clear. It was a challenge gathering data on children's real world experiences, but we saw so much that we hadn't seen before. So what behaviors has she developed that create difficulty for her and others? Well, one of the things at the very beginning is she's with the younger children, probably grade 1 children, and it's very clear from their body language that they're uncomfortable. She's in their space, and so even something simple as personal space she hasn't identified, and her problem solving strategies are really lacking. She doesn't know how to get her skipping rope back. She uses threats. I have to wonder what's happening at home that she thinks that she can cut somebody's head off or threaten that. Also, her interactions are really off-putting. She puts herself into space. She has a very whiny voice. She's just not regulated and not interacting with others in the way that would promote healthy interactions and positive interactions. She seems to be lagging in perspective taking, in later on in turn taking. She plays with the ball and keeps it and doesn't turn take, and lags in effective problem solving and pro-social problem solving. But what I really want to point out in this video, and we see it often in the videos that we've gathered on aggressive children, is that others don't relate to them very positively either. So the girl in her class who was just about to go into the skipping rope sneezed at her, which is a very aggressive behavior. She in turn turned around and imitated that and sneezed at the little girls. And it was interesting because the playground supervisor just criticized her and not the other girl. She then wanted to get into the game and the other girl said she couldn't, and she asks all the time and isn't able to get into the game. And at the end, it's interesting, she goes to get help from a different supervisor who literally turns her back on her. And I don't fault that person because it's a normal response to having somebody who's whining at you and making things unpleasant for you, and has done so for an extended period of time. But I think we as professionals need to think deeply about how we relate, and particularly how we relate to children and youth at the margins, which is where these aggressive children end up in the peer group. So then let's move. Once we've identified a child and identified the domains of risk, let's move to talk about developing interventions. Well, interventions can be best understood as accelerating development. So the 8-year-old that I told you about that Jerry Patterson described, who looks like a 3-year-old, needs to be brought up in terms of his or her development to act like an 8-year-old. And so in order to do that, and to plan for treatment, we need to target the developmental mechanisms. What is it that promotes development? Well, there's a considerable amount of work on that. And one of the things that I would like to talk about is in this developmental relational perspective, do we take a developmental perspective or a discipline perspective? And I think for century, we've been taking a discipline perspective on, particularly for children who are aggressive and antisocial. But I would like to challenge you to think about that differently through a developmental lens. And that means asking the question, what is it that's really going to help the children who are struggling to be motivated and engaged in order to learn the behaviors and the orientations, the view of the world that's required for healthy development? And what's going to help them relinquish and give up those behaviors that have really worked for them? That whining behavior gets an attention all the time. Or viewing the world as hostile is something that continues to work for them because it's in fact reinforced. It's true. Bad things do happen to them. So when we think about discipline versus a developmental perspective, generally the discipline strategies punish or marginalize or exclude students from a safe and caring school context. So if we think about school, we could also think about home. So putting a child on a bench for 2 hours because she's bullied someone teaches the child that the person who has control and more power gets to use that power to control and distress another, it teaches the child how to bully. When we suspend students, when we expel them, we take them out of what might be the safest and most caring context in their lives, and we exclude them from that. A developmental perspective does not mean there aren't consequences for behavior. There are consequences, but those consequences need to teach and support students to learn the skills and capacities and understanding that they have yet to acquire. So it says, all right, this child really needs to regulate. How can I work with this child to regulate? Well, maybe it means the child needs to come and spend time with me in the office, practicing some breathing exercises or practicing self-talk around slowing down. Developmental perspective also focuses on how the relationships either promote or fall short in supporting holistic development. And in the context of the school, it means looking at the teacher-student relationship, the relationships between students, but more than that, it looks at how relationships are valued and fostered within the school. So why do at-risk children exhibit social emotional problems? This helps us think about mechanisms. If we know what those developmental mechanisms are, then we can design prevention and intervention strategies to promote the development. And there are many ways of looking at this, but one is a biological, psychological, and social perspective on this. So what do children need in terms of their healthy development? Well, they need these they have these deep needs for safety and affection. And this starts as attachment in the early years, but it carries through the lifespan. And in this time of the pandemic, we certainly know that relationships are important. And when we've been unable to visit people that we wanted to spend time with, it's difficult. When children grow up in cumulative adverse circumstances, and you may know of the ACEs study, which is one large longitudinal, respective and longitudinal study, you know that they suffer as adults, so they suffer as children, but the adverse circumstances accumulate and make it more and more and more difficult for these people to develop and live well in physical, mental, and social health. And at the very foundation of all of this is regulation. So the very important issue is how children learn to regulate their behaviors and emotions. And children who are aggressive tend to have missed out on learning how to regulate in the relationships that could have made them feel safe and supported and helped their brain development. The biological bases of this are becoming more and more evident. And there, of course, there are children who are biologically or genetically at risk for being reactive and developing aggressive behavior problems. There are children with a difficult temperament, they may have hyperactivity or attention deficits, or they may have some intellectual or social engagement difficulties, such as children with autism. But that doesn't tell the story. And so much has been discovered in the last 25 years that changes the narrative about this. So what we know now is the relationships can shape biology. So genetic expression changes with relationship experiences. And Michael Meany's work, but there are many others who do this, shows that Meany works with rats that are bred to be highly reactive. They have a gene that's highly reactive. They're on high alert all the time. If they take pups that were born to a mother with that gene and cross foster them, it's called, take those pups and put them with a mother who's very nurturant, the gene closes down, and the pup no longer expresses that reactivity because of the nurturing environment. If that rat is female and goes on to have pups, her pups also have that gene closed down. But if you take that rat with the gene that's closed down and put the rat into a highly unpredictable, stressful environment, the lockdown mechanism comes undone because that gene is needed to survive in that environment. Children's regulation and brain structure is developed through their relationships with adults, and it's through a process of co-regulation with regulated adults. So, and it happens from birth through adulthood. It's as parents soothe a child, teach a child to use their words, teach them to do some deep breathing. That's what lays down the brain structures that enables children to regulate their emotions and their behaviors and slow themselves down. And it's interesting, in the social skills training program that Lena has developed, Stop Now and Plan, we learned that this kind of training and regulation and helping parents do their job more effectively can shift brain activity. And Lena may have shown you this, I'm not sure, but I'm just going to go through it. But with treatment, looking at children who had improved treatment, when you looked at them before treatment, if you look at the figure on the right side of the diagram, in the emotional areas, there's a lot of activity. The yellow indicates a lot of activity. And that's what we would expect of children who are highly aggressive and dysregulated and they fly off the handle. You expect that. Whereas after treatment, these children have much less activity in that emotional arousal area of the brain, the ventral brain region. So there's decreased activity there. With the area of the brain, the dorsal brain regions are where executive functioning happens and where children learn to regulate and downplay their emotions and control their emotions. And the activity was virtually not there in this experimental paradigm where they were frustrated. And after 12 weeks of treatment, the activity had shifted. And what a neurodevelopmental psychologist told me is that it started to build the channels between these regions that weren't well established. So for this developmental relationals perspective, then what do we need to do to intervene? Well, one strategy that we need to do is scaffolding, and that means being attuned to the child and determining what hasn't developed that we know should be to promote a healthy, happy life, such as self-regulation, and what's been developing that's interfering with successful adaptation. And this is perhaps a hostile attributional bias, aggression as a problem-solving strategy, as we saw in the video, attention-seeking behavior. Again, that little girl was using whining to get attention. And those are things that really interfere with relationships. And scaffolding is identifying where the needs are and then working a little bit above that. So helping children to be able to plan, an activity at recess so they don't get caught up all by themselves and starting to bother others, or planning, parents planning activities to help a child learn how to turn take, for example. And scaffolding is something that parents do naturally. Teachers, of course, do it in every day of their life. But they need those involved face to face with children in these roles also need support, especially if they're anxious or struggling. There's an example here that mothers' levels of stress moderated children's anxiety. So when mothers themselves weren't stressed, the children were less stressed. And teachers are often overwhelmed with pressures of the curriculum and standardized testing. So they need support as well. And then from a developmental relationship perspective, we turn to social architecture. And that's really, it's a term I made up. So, but it's really about organizing the environment. And it's the physical environment, the social environment, perhaps more the social than the physical, to maximize success for the child. And so it's a question of how we organize experiences that promote positive development and buffer stress, and how we interact minute to minute in a positive way that are going to shape children's experiences and development. So with social architecture, it's particularly important for children who are marginalized, and children who are highly aggressive are pushed to the margins because they're not fun to play with. They don't interact well, they're not regulated, they hurt you, they interrupt your game. Consequently, they're vulnerable to victimization, and those who are victimized become more aggressive. So you can see that it's a cycle. But with social architecture, we can protect those children and include them in positive ways by assigning groups and ensuring that this child has others who are able and willing to support them in their groups, rather than being left with nobody wanting to work with them. For sports, assigning teams and not letting people pick their own teams. Consider seating plans and watch the peer dynamics, and watch, because it may be the case that the child who's struggling gets involved with other children who are struggling, and then things just take off because they reinforce each other for these negative behaviors. Integrating special education and regular classrooms, if that's possible. So it has to do with thinking beyond the child and thinking about, well, how do I create a context where the relationships for that child will be as positive as possible? So let's just back up a bit and talk about promoting child and youth mental health in general, because the development of violence, the development of aggression and antisocial behavior is really all linked to children's well-being and mental health. And it really depends on the quality of all the relationships that the children experience. And then you have a challenge. What about parents who themselves lacked nurturing for healthy development? And I've seen this over the last 26 years that I've worked in a program for substance using mothers and their young children. These women were abused as children. They've experienced trauma as children, as adolescents, and continuing trauma and violence in relationships with partners. So I asked myself the question, like, whose responsibility is to support them in becoming the best parent they want to be? Because all of the mothers that I've met want to be the best parent they could possibly be for their child when they haven't had the foundation of healthy relationships themselves. And I've come to the conclusion that it's really as a society, we failed to protect their rights when they were children, and now they need our support in a very caring and nurturing way for them. So healthy development depends on healthy relationships, something that we thought about when we developed our network, PrevNet, promoting relationships and eliminating violence, because when you promote relationships, it is the way to eliminate violence. And we wrote about it, did a lot of analyses in this paper that we wrote in 2010. And Tony Biglin has also written about this, and he concluded that nearly all problems of human behavior stem from our failure to ensure that people live in environments that nurture their well-being. And he's written a book on nurturing environments. So I think it's time to reimagine. We've gone through a very difficult time in the world with the pandemic. Things have stopped to a large extent. Nothing feels normal. I'm not sure about the areas you live in. In our areas, children have been in school and then not in school in remote learning. So things have changed so much and are still in flux. So it's a time to reimagine. And I think it's a time to reimagine how to prevent and treat violence among children and youth. And I think what we need to do is take this developmental relational perspective and first and foremost, see education as that's society's institution for socialization of children into the citizens that they want. See education as a relational process in which teacher-student relationships are nurtured and valued and seen as the crux of learning in the school context. Learning is a social experience. And children need to feel that they belong, they're included, they're valued, and that there are people there who will keep them safe and support them. We need to foster positive peer relationships in recognition of the critical role that peers play in learning about life in general. And it's interesting, I think that peers, children and youth can also be experts and informants for us because they're on the ground and they know what's happening. I think it's very important to reach to the margins and support the marginalized or racialized or disadvantaged students, both academically in terms of how they do at school, but just as important is with their social and emotional well-being. And it's at the margins you will find the aggressive children. We learned that very clearly through our hundreds and hundreds of hours of observation of children on the playground. These children are not central, they're seldom involved. And so then they set themselves, or they are put, let's say that, they're attracted to a pathway that leads to problem behavior and not healthy development. So understanding and responding to children and youth's antisocial behavior from a developmental rather than a discipline perspective. And I expect to get some pushback on that. And I need to be clear that I'm not suggesting children shouldn't have consequences. But as you think about these things, I'd like you to think about yourself in terms of your own relationships. When do you feel like doing something someone's asked you to do that's really a lot of work and a pain? You feel that like putting in that work when that person values you and you know that they're going to appreciate it, when you have a sense that they understand you and and what you're experiencing. So it's not something that you're likely to feel like doing if you're in a difficult relationship. So I'm just going to end by saying I'm trying very hard, and I have an editor working with me to write a blog on the importance of healthy relationships for healthy development. And this is the webpage. It's not launched yet. I'm finding the writing has to turn upside down because the way we write academic papers is exactly the opposite of the way that you want to write a blog. But I want to thank you so much for 25 years of learning with the Melissa Institute, 25 years of bridging the gap between science and practice. And I think the Melissa Institute is an exemplary organization to show how to do that, to bring science, to inform the practice of those who are working to support children and youth and healthy development. So I've put here the blog link that will be active in the next couple of months. If you're interested, I'll be sure to connect with the Melissa Institute and share it there. Also the website for PrevNet, and we've developed a bullying prevention toolkit if you're interested in bullying and how to prevent it, that outlines in great detail the scaffolding and social architecture strategies that I talked about today. So thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here, and I look forward to many more years of sharing and learning with the Melissa Institute.
Thank you, Dr. Pepler, for sharing your wisdom with us and for your continued support of the Institute and our communities since its inception. We will take one more break and come back together for a wonderful presentation by Dr. Larson. So we're back. I'm glad to see you again. Our third presenter is Dr. Jim Larson. Many of you may know Jim, and many have had the fortune of participating in one of the many trainings he has kindly offered to school teachers college students, immigration workers, and others in South Florida. Always willing to help us respond to the needs of our communities, we're grateful to have Dr. Larson with us today to talk about emotional competence and anger management, preparing young children for the challenges of school. Take it, Jim.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking Lynn and Michael Appman, who for over 25 years now have conducted a master class in personal courage and social commitment. Thank you for allowing me on this journey with you. Deepest thanks also go to Don Meichenbaum, who both mentored and tolerated me over the years. Thank you, Don. Along the way, committed professionals such as Susan Keeley, Trish Ramsey, Dr. Frank Delorier provided guidance, advice, friendship, and more than a few laughs, and I thank you all. The topic of our presentation this morning is emotional competence and anger management, preparing young children for the social challenges of school. And we're going to get to that. But I want to start out with a little story. Many years ago, I was just a newly minted assistant professor and was fortunate enough to get invited out to to California State University at Long Beach to give a series of presentations. So I flew out there and gave a presentation on the first day. And as the day ended, my host asked me if we'd like to go up to Santa Monica to have dinner at the pier. And I thought, well, that's a great idea. That'd be fun. So we went up to Santa Monica. We got there and parked the car, and I knew that I had to get some throat lozenges for tomorrow. And I knew I could see there was a Rite Aid down the street. So my friends took a seat on the bench, and I headed down Santa Monica Boulevard towards the Rite Aid. I got about halfway down and came to a cross street where there was a stoplight. And so I stopped and waited at the light, and I looked over to my left. And there at the left was a official California Hells Angels sitting on the biggest Harley Davidson I'd ever seen. Now, this was not him, but you get the idea. I always held a bit of a Jones for the Hells Angels over the years, since my friends and I played Hells Angels out on our bicycles as we terrorized the leafy streets of Lake Forest, Illinois. So I gave him a little look and a nod and sort of a roll of the dice look that, but for fates, I too would be an outlaw motorcyclist. And he looks at me and spits tobacco juice on the street, on the sidewalk, right at my feet. So I immediately have a precognitive emotional arousal. I look at him, and I immediately label that arousal as anger. And I have a lot of schema for this fit into, for disrespect and that sort of thing. So I labeled it anger and started with running through my mind anger responses. At that moment, that very moment, he starts to get off his motorcycle. So now I have another precognitive emotional arousal that comes in with this new piece of data. And my thinking brain said, Jim, remember the last time you had that arousal and you labeled it as anger? Well, this is new data. You need to label this as fear and respond accordingly, which I did. I went across the street, out of the way, and left him there. Now, that was potentially an incident of anger and aggression that fortunately for me did not happen. Just why it didn't happen and the implications we'll get back to. All right. Let's talk about coming to school angry and the role of parenting in the preschool years. There's a lot of things that affect how kids are when they get to school. A lot of things like childhood temperament and home density and older siblings and exposure to traumatic events and sleep inertia, lots of things. But one of the things we can focus on is parenting practices. And let's do that. The work of Gerald Patterson and his colleagues out at the Oregon Social Learning Center has given us some insight into a kind of a pathway that children get on towards antisocial behavior, starting at the prenatal, and we're looking at poor prenatal health, poor prenatal behaviors, which then lead to infancy, and we have a set of parents or one parent or two parents who have little or no skills at this new thing they've gotten into, which lead to possibly abusive interactions with the child. This is high stress, very little social support. Children may have temperament issues and sleep and nourishment issues that challenge the parents' skills in this area. And we get to finally early childhood. And what's going on in the home by now is coercive or inconsistent discipline, poor monitoring of the child, and poor reinforcement of the appropriate behaviors. The child is now moving into clearly antisocial behavior. We look at the contributions of home life and parenting to childhood aggression. There are many, but I want to talk about three of them. The first one is the predominance in many of these homes of what the Oregon Social Learning Center, Patterson and his colleagues have called the parent-child coercive cycle, or the negative reinforcement trap. You've seen this. If you ever go to a grocery store, and you could go this afternoon and go to the grocery store and stand and watch at the checkout counter. And if you wait long enough, pretty soon, a young mother, and it's usually a mother, comes with her child in the basket to check out the clothes, check out the food. And as they get there, the grocery store people, bless their hearts, they put the candy at child eye height so that the child immediately sees the candy. So this is a 3-year-old, let's say, reaches out and said, I want some candy. Mother grabs it and puts it back. No, put it back, we're gonna have lunch. Child, I want some candy, grabs it again. No, put it back, we're gonna have lunch later. Puts the candy back. Now the child thinks, if I can only put my mother into an aversive condition from which she will want to escape by giving into my antisocial behavior, I'll get the candy, or worse to that effect. So the child now gets the candy, grabs it, and starts to tantrum, screaming at the top of his lungs. The mother is mortified because she thinks we're all looking at her, which we are. So what does she do? She gives in. Okay, stop, okay, all right, but just one. And so the child stops screaming, and the mother stops being mortified, and the rest of us go back to our lives that we had before. Now, something important happened there. That was an attack, counterattack, positive outcome. And that's a scenario that tends to go on in many homes day in and day out. The parent makes a compliance demand. For instance, in this drawing, stop hitting your sister. That's an attack. That's the parent attacking. Here's the counterattack from the child. No, she started it. Get out of here, leave us alone, get out of here. No, she started it. And the mother gives the positive outcome. All right, just take it easy. Keep the noise down, okay? And she leaves. So the mother's escape behavior is negatively reinforced. She avoids a confrontation with her child. The child's antisocial behavior is positively reinforced. He learns that when he counterattacks to his mother, he gets what he wants. Another one, same thing. Parent makes a compliance demand, time to take your pill. No, you can't make me, you can't make me. All right, take it easy, we'll try later. Attack, counterattack, positive outcome for the child. And so thus by preschool age, a child may have become openly defiant in a family context in which she or he has learned to shut off demands that are unpleasant or unrewarding. Now, that has some implications on the way the child begins to process information in his environment. Kenneth Dodds and Nikki Crick and many others since have applied social information processing theory to the study of how what the child thinks influences aggressive behavior. How do aggressive children manage social interactions? How do they interact with one another, with other children, or with adults that tends to enhance the likelihood that they're going to be aggressive? Take a look at this little scenario here. There are 6 steps to a social information processing model. We have a child who comes in here who comes with a certain mental state, his experiences, social expectations. He is who she is, and we're all different, but we are that person. And we're interacting with somebody else. So he's gonna encode some social cues. In this case, he's wrecking my house. Then he's gonna interpret that social cues. He's not being careful. That's why he's wrecking it. Now, what do I want to have happen? I want him to leave it alone. So what could I do to make that happen? What possible strategies could I have? Ask him to stop, tell the teacher. Now, which one of those would probably work best? Well, if I ask him to stop, he might do it. And then 3, I enact that response. And 4, the peer response in some way. So that's a normal social information processing model, okay? When we have kids who have begun to develop the reactive, aggressive, antisocial patterns that we've seen coming out of the home, they also follow these same 6 steps, but they have what we call deficits and distortions within them. So this is what we might see with those sorts of children. One, while he attends to available social skills, our kids are going to be hyper vigilant for aggressive cues. Going to be looking for aggressive cues, going to pay attention, watch somebody looking at me, somebody rolling their eyes at me, somebody bump me on purpose. Then I give meaning to the cues. And what we know is they have a hostile attributional bias. An attribution, of course, is to what do you attribute the reason to that for this happening? If you get bumped from behind, was it an accident, or did that person do it on purpose? Okay, these kids have a bias attributionally towards hostility, where another child might say, well, that's an accident, or it's nothing, I'll just go on. Many of our children here are now immediately attributing it to a hostile act that needs a response. And they tend to then turn around and give it the response and say, what'd you push me for? I didn't push. Yes, you did push me. And that child pushes back, and then they're at it, and that bias is confirmed. See? He did mean it. In the model, you then select the desired outcome. What we see is a higher value and retaliation and affiliation. I'd much rather get back at him than to have everything work out here. That's what I want to do. Generate possible solutions. What could I do? What we know about these kids is they have real narrow solution generation abilities. Their capacity, their ability to come up with something they could do in that situation tend to be limited to aggressive behavior. I don't think about ignoring. I don't think about being assertive. I don't think about anything other than, okay, how do I get back? What can I do aggressively? identify then the potential consequences, but they tend to evaluate aggression positively. Well, it'll turn out right. I'll beat him up, I'll punch him, everything will work out fine. And then they'll act out the selective response. Well, when we come to trying to help them learn different ways of doing things, they have a real difficulty moving past that and enacting pro-social skills. So then we have our child here again. Now let's say this child is having these social information processing difficulties that lead towards aggressive behavior. So encode the cruise skills. He's got this child playing with the house of cards again. He's wrecking it, okay, boom. Now, how do I interpret this cue? He's doing that on purpose. What are my goals? I want him to never mess with my stuff ever again. What could I do? Well, I only have aggressive responses. I could shove him down or I could punch him. And then evaluate the effectiveness of the strategy. Well, if I hurt him, he won't mess with my stuff. An active response, child one shoves child two, and child two cries. Okay. That sort of cognitive distortions and deficits need to be figured in to working with children who come to school with reactive aggressive problems. The other contribution, the next contribution is in parenting is poor modeling of emotional regulation and non-aggressive problem solving. What happens is one way for children to solve social problems is to watch how parents do it. How did you guys got into an argument, then what'd you do? You gave a little, he gave a little, you hugged and it was over, okay? But most of the parental models available to them now are aggressive and coercive. And that increases the likelihood that they're going to adapt similar strategies. So the opportunities for social learning to watch how mom and dad solve this particular issue are gone. And finally, there are missing or inadequate training in emotional competency. Emotional competency. The insight with this particular issue here with our friend the motorcyclist is not just understanding his potential for aggression, which was real, but rather understanding why I didn't get my rear end whipped. Why did that happen? Okay. Jim's competent cognitive emotional management. Okay. In that situation, I was able to manage the physiological intensity of the initial anger, allowing for problem solving. Rather than get overwhelmed, having going from 0 to 10 with emotion, I was able to manage it, keep it at a problem solving level, but I can still work with it. That rush can overwhelm kids. So I had that skill. I was able to hold time as a constant and apply consequential thinking. Have I encountered anything like this in the past before? What is my situation now? What would be the consequences of this behavior? What would be the consequences of that behavior? I could do that like that. I was able to consider a range of possible behaviors. I didn't have just aggressive responses at my fingertips. There was other things that I could filter through and figure out what to do. I was able to read my environment and correct the course based on newly emerging data. So I wasn't centered on that first look. I wasn't centered on just that spit on the sidewalk, but new data came as he began to step off his motorcycle. So then I was able to conclude this is a fear situation, act accordingly, which I did. That's emotional competency. Now, I'm not saying I'm the only one in this room who has it. Clearly, virtually everybody does who are sitting here watching this. But this is what we're striving for. Some of the best work being done in the development of emotional competency in children is the work of Karen Bierman and her associates at Penn State. Bierman's group concluded that the critical childhood competency needed for success in kindergarten were as follows. recognize own feeling states, recognize feelings in others, play cooperatively with age mates, show self-control of aggression, and solve problems non-violently. This is by kindergarten. Coming into kindergarten, the child should be able to do this. This is transitioning from home to a classroom of 30 or more other needy children. How do you get along in that? Okay, let's look at these one at a time. Recognize own feeling states. This is experiencing the internal event, know what that is, name it, and know its purpose. I know what it feels like to be angry. I know what it feels like to be sad. I know what it feels like to be nervous. I know that feeling. I can name it. And I know why. I know what mean when I'm nervous. I know what that means. I know what I should do. I know that should stimulate some behaviors that aren't stimulated by being angry. Okay. I'm able to use this knowledge to guide my behavior. Okay. I got scared the last time I did this. I may not do that again. Okay. And I'm able to express my feelings to other people. That makes me sad when you do that. That makes me angry when you do that. Okay. Recognize own feeling states. Recognize feelings in others. Be able to pick up auditory and visual cues within the environment. Oh, that's your mad face, mommy. Daddy looks sad. Child's able to discern and label other people's feelings based on their voices or their behavior. Situational cues, able to recognize environments that occasion predictable feelings in others. I know, okay, Gina gets scared when there's no nightlight. Right. Generalization of skills across persons and settings. Label a stranger's feelings in a strange environment. Okay, that man over there looks really angry. Okay. Marco is sad today. Okay. This is critical for avoiding conflict in a large classroom, to be able to recognize other kids' feelings and respond appropriately to them. Play cooperatively with age mates. Essentially, it means able to subordinate your own wants when called upon by a peer. Cooperate with somebody. Usually the big word at kindergarten is sharing, okay? It's a good skill to work on, because that's a big one, to have a toy and be willing to share it. Subordinate your want to someone else and share the toy, okay? And preschool is a great incubator for this skill. It is one of the areas that kids get most distressed upon. They have a notion that if I give it to them, I'll never get it back again, okay? So learning to share, learning to give something of yourself, that can also mean handling conflict resolutions appropriately, taking turns, okay? That's all playing cooperatively with age mates. Show self-control of aggression, okay? Aggression peaks at about 2. Canadian developmental psychologist Richard Tremblay has done a lot of work in childhood aggression. He said that if you take a 2-year-old and magically overnight, that 2-year-old grows to 6 feet, 200 pounds, the level of aggression of a 2-year-old is such that that newly larger 2-year-old could beat his healthcare or his childcare worker to death the next morning. Girls are quicker to leave physical behind, but can take advantage of social and verbal aggression. As boys tend to stay with physical aggression longer than girls. Girls' superior verbal skills allow them to get into social and verbal aggression. Pre-bullying and bullying behaviors are evident in preschool. There's a reference from Kim Story and Ron Slavy's excellent online manual in looking at preschool bullies, and it's in the references. Trauma, of course, can impact aggression control. And some households are more supportive of aggressive behaviors. We get the code switching issues. We have kids who go home and aggressive behaviors are expected. He did this, well, hit him back. That's expected, and they learn. Then they come and cross that threshold in a school, and those rules don't apply anymore. And we have to understand that and work with that. And finally, solve problems non-violently. Again, that's related to the self-control of aggression and the tendency of many reactive aggressive kids to over-attribute hostility intention to play with, that they did that on purpose. And so I got to get back at them for that. And many children default to aggression. That's their default position because it's worked in the past. If I throw a tantrum, I get what I want. It works at home, it'll work here at school. So learning to solve problems non-violently. There's a research group that's under getting federal money that's been around for going on 25 years called Fast Track. And it's researchers from universities around the country that get together to simply ask the question, how do we help kids avoid prison? How do we keep kids off of that home to prison pipeline? They did an interesting study that was published not long ago. It's a 20-year retrospective with 753 kindergartners from multiple sites, mostly Euro and African American. These are kindergartens. 20 kids were in kindergarten 20 years ago. The teachers of this cohort of 753, those teachers back then, 20 years ago, rated them on social competence on an 8-item scale. That is cooperate skill, and essentially it's this scale right here. Okay? The teachers rated them on that scale. The researchers looked at these 8 items, okay? Resolves peer problems on her own, can calm down when excited, very good at understanding other people's feelings, works well in a group, shares materials with others, cooperates with peers, is helpful to others, listens to others' point of view. Just those 8. And they let the kids go. They did nothing else with them for 20 years. They did not do any interventions, no other programs, nothing. Then they looked at what was going on with this group 20 years later. What they found that for every 1 point increase on that 8-item scale, the child was twice as likely to attain a college degree in early adulthood, 54% more likely to earn a high school diploma, and 46% more likely to have a full-time job at the age of 25. And for every 1 point decrease on that 8-item scale, that child had a 67% higher chance of having been arrested by early adulthood, an 82% higher rate of recent marijuana usage, and 82% higher chance of being in or on a waiting list for public housing. That's really impressive data and really does argue for the necessary development of the skills of emotional competency in children, along with academic. We tend to focus a lot on academics, kind of read how they're reading, how's their writing, and that's important. But now we're beginning to understand how critically important the socio-emotional learning is. Okay, so what undercuts the development of these skills? Well, Bierman's team identified those 6: poverty, stress, social isolation, trauma, threat, and insecurity. And that doesn't surprise anybody. The researchers at the Oregon Social Learning Center examined the sources of potential stressors on parents that interfere with their efforts to help their children acquire these skills. What's going on with parents that they are not as effective as they could be to help their children acquire these skills? And they found these. Affecting parent and other relationships with their children and youth. Okay, reading that he'd examine the numerous factors that affect how parents interact with their children, particularly parents from low socioeconomic neighborhoods. Stressors included family income over here, social disadvantage, parent psychopathology, marital relationships, family breakup, the neighborhood that's also happening in, issues of extended family, and issues of workplace environment. All these are impinging on parents, okay? Having an effect on how their relationship with their children. So we have this again, which we saw earlier, going through early childhood. Into that we add middle childhood and school appears. School now, skill deficits, off task, aggressive, rejected by teacher and peers. In the home, the child is disobedient, aggressive, observer victim of traumatic events. Okay? And parents eroding discipline and monitoring. And into adolescence, school again is a big issue. There's fighting, there's bullying, homework, no homework, academic failure, no connections, substance abuse. Teachers are by now almost giving up. Suspensions tend to dominate. And in the home, there's combative relationships with parents, little discipline, less time at home, more time out with antisocial peers. So through this, we see the emerging impact of school in the developmental process. What are the contributions of school? Aggressive, poorly socialized behavior brings on peer aggression, peer rejection. Kids come into school for the first day. When I worked at elementary schools, I'd love to go down on the first day of school and watch these little kindergartners come in. They're all dressed to the nines. They look terrific, all about the same size. Every one of them hopeful thinks that this is the greatest day of their life. And for a lot of them, it is, because school's going to rocket them to the stars. But for a lot of kids, they don't recognize that this is not the greatest day of their life, because much of what they've learned up to this point doesn't apply here. And there are new rules here. And so this aggressive, poorly socialized behavior brings on peer rejection. And peer rejection is a very stable phenomenon. Academic difficulties begin almost immediately because they're constantly getting into trouble. And they don't come to school with the kind of academic preparation that many of their peers do. They can't sing the ABC song. They can't hold a pencil with a prehensile grasp. They can't spell their name. They don't recognize their colors. They don't recognize their shapes, like a lot of their friends do who have been engaging in this at home. That can lead to retention, which we know is one of the greater predictors of dropout, and or special education. And special education can be a wonderful thing. That for the right kids, it's perfect. It's a great, great benefit you can have. But too many kids in too many schools get shuffled into emotional behavior disability classrooms, where in some districts, the graduation rate for children in the emotional behavior disability classroom approaches 0. There are inadequate or missing interventions. Teachers say, but let's send him to the counselor. And the counselor, bless their hearts, they go at it. But the counseling that these kids need is specific. Okay, and so the counselor does what she or he does with children who present in groups. And I had a counselor tell me, well, we sit down and we talk about aggression, and we talk about what to do, and we talk about skills that you can learn, and we talk about different types of things. The kids know all this, but it's all talking, and the kids know about it, but they don't know what to do. And so I call this an inadequate or missing intervention. And negative school schemata began to predominate. That gets, what do I think about school? It used to be really exciting. You could love to come to school. Now I don't like it so much anymore. And the administrators and teachers feel pretty much the same way. They move on to middle and high school, and they get exposed to similarly high-risk peers. They find each other. Suspensions start to dominate, often disproportionate. Children of color, children with disabilities, and male children tend to get suspended out of school at higher rates. Bully victimization escalates, and usually these kids are bully victims rather than proactive bullies themselves, as their difficulties tend to be more anger related, right? Substance abuse may begin or increase, and dropout behaviors start to dominate. So we say the preponderance of middle-class children come to school already wired up for success, because most of the skills for success in school are the same as they are at home. Do as the adult asks, share your toys, don't hit, wait your turn, come when you're called. I didn't have any concern for my children going to school because that's what it took to be successful in our home. And that's often true. So the challenge is to wire up the other kids. What can we do to, as they come into our building, to get them up to the level of their peers? First off, we start out by understanding. Kids who are on the trajectory for dropout and antisocial behavior often have this reactive aggression concern that we've been talking about. Unplanned, impulsive, reactive anger and aggression. Hot-tempered, easily riled to aggressive behavior, lots of discipline problems. These are the kids you see sitting in their principal's office. And the numerous social cognitive deficits and distortions, which we talked about. So if we want to build social and emotional competency in children with reactive aggressive styles, they need to learn to understand and take ownership of their own behavior and consequences. This is the ability of the child to take responsibility for it, to bring that locus of control, which in externalizing kids tends to be external. He's responsible for my problem. They're responsible for my difficulties, and bring it in so that I take my own responsibility. I made the choice to do that. Learn to recognize feeling states and behavior cues in others. Or to recognize, can you tell when that person is getting upset and maybe the time is to dial back a little bit? Behavior cues, can you recognize behavior in other children that signals a particular response from you? Learn to make and maintain positive peer relationships. Learn and exhibit alternatives to aggressive behavior. What else can you do? If you say, well, you could be assertive. Yes, I could do that. How do you do that? All right. So they need to know not only that some particular behavior is appropriate, but how to do it. And learn to approach problems systematically. Understand that problems can be broken down into concomitant pieces, right? And resolved in that fashion. So the knowledge, the social information processing deficits must undergird the treatment. We must have it, remember those things, the hypervigilant for aggressive cues, the hostile attributional biases, a higher value on retaliation than affiliation, narrow solution generation abilities, tendency to evaluate aggression positively, and difficulty in acting pro-social skills. Recognizing that should be integral to the treatment. The three components of anger must be addressed, and the kids must understand the three components of anger, that there's a physiological part, that there's a feeling part of anger. And we need to help the kids understand feelings and what they mean and how they're different from behaviors or how they're different from thinking. So helping the kids to understand that feeling so that you can't manage your anger if you don't know what it feels like that you're getting angry. So we teach kids to understand what anger is, how that's different from fear, and how that's different from anxiety, how that's different from happiness, and how it means when you feel that physiological response, what that means, what that signals you to do. That's a cue to do something, a cue to manage it. Then the cognitive part, what you choose to attend to. What are you going to attend to in this particular situation? How does it fit into your schema? That in terms of schemas of fairness and threat and rights and that sort of things. This is what happens. So if you attend to a biased, hostile related attribution, that's going to happen. Okay. And the behavior part, how are you going to express yourself? Do you have skills other than fighting and running away? Do you have some other skills? Can you develop those skills? And how does our work together going to help you to develop those particular skills? Okay. So training children with reactive aggressive styles need to have the following: acquire insight into the features of their own anger and aggression, the knowledge part. They need to know something, some information, to have some information about anger and aggression. What is it? What is anger? What is aggression? What are some alternatives to them? Then they need to gain new behavioral responses to high-risk situations. They need to figure out how to get along in high-risk situations like classrooms and hallways. That's a skills acquisition component. What can I do? And how do I do it? Not just, okay, be assertive. Teach me how to be assertive. And the only way to do that is to practice and rehearse and reinforce it when you see it. It's a skills acquisition. You can't learn to play basketball by just knowing the rules. You have to know more than the rules. You have to get out there with the ball. Okay. And to learn to engage in new skills in multiple contexts, a generalization component. Sure, we can learn, and you're in our group room, we can practice assertiveness, and you can be really assertive with the other members of this group and really assertive with me and show that you know what you're doing. But you don't go to school in this room. We got to get you out into the hallway and into the classroom and into the playgrounds where you can generalize that skill. And how do we do that? How do we do that? That's critical. Okay. How do we do that? How do we enlist generalization agents in this school, teachers, administrators, hall aides, to help us on this? Because we can't do everything ourselves in the group room, because there's that whole world out there that the children need to encounter, and they need to have some support out there. Okay, that's the generalization component. So the knowledge goals, what they need to know. Children who have reactive aggressive styles, they need to know affective education, need to understand anger and how that's different from the other feelings. They need to understand the cognitive and motive relationships, how what you think is related to what you feel. They need to understand cue recognition, that it gets, can they recognize a cue in some other child and see that they're getting angry or getting upset and respond accordingly? Can they recognize a cue in themselves? Can they recognize that feeling that they have in their head there? What does that mean? And what does that cue you to do? All right. Perspective taking acquisition. Can I understand why he might have done that? What was he thinking? Can I understand why the teacher was so upset? Can I understand that? Perspective taking is the first step on the road to empathy. And what about the environment? This environment that I'm going to school can I avoid some things? Who or what can be avoided or moderated or managed? Help me, let's look at this. Let's look at this environment we're working in. And ownership of behavior, that's that locus of control. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility for the things they do and for the things that other people do. I recognize as theirs. I don't say I have to come to school. I don't have to come to school. I came to school. I'll take responsibility for making that good choice. All right. And to acquire insight into a problem-solving methodology. If I can get my anger and impulsive anger at a point where I have a hesitation, I can quickly apply a problem-solving methodology. What can I do? What's words? What's likelihood to be the outcome? Can I do it? Do it. Okay. All right. The critical feature underlying this is the difference between knowing what versus knowing how. Too many schools and too many counseling situations are into knowing what. Here's the rules. Here's what you can't do. Now, you know you're not supposed to fight. There's a rule against fighting in school, and you broke that rule. There's a rule against being disrespectful to a teacher, and you broke that rule. Okay? Versus knowing how. Okay? Knowing about a new behavior is not the same thing as being able to enact that behavior under rapidly moving conditions of ambiguity and emotion. That takes practice. That takes practice. And it's critical for mental health professionals in the school to understand that. And nothing's going to get done in 3 weeks. Okay. This is a long-term effect, long-term process. But knowing that, paying attention to that, just because he can tell you what he's supposed to do doesn't mean he can do it. So the skills acquisition goals we want there's the knowledge. Now skills, which is what I need to be able to do. I need to do palliative anger regulation, but I know how to calm myself. Do I know how to calm myself? Can I do deep breaths? Can I do backwards counting? Can I do pleasant imagery to calm myself? Can I use self-instruction for anger? Do I know how to talk to myself? Do I recognize that I can go Cool. Take it easy, Jim. Take it easy. Take a breath now. You can do this. Take it easy. Do I know how to use self-instruction? Can I use consequential thinking? What'll happen if? What'll happen if? If I do this, if then what? What we'd call it if then thinking. If I do this, then what's going to happen? And is that what I want to have happen? Okay. The use of assertiveness skills. Do I know how to be assertive? Do I know how to say, I don't like that. Stop doing that. Do I know how to do that? Have I practiced that? Do I use problem solving to address current issues? And do I have techniques for managing relapse? Because it's not going to be perfect. I'm going to be in this group for a long time, and then I'm going to turn around and get suspended. And then what am I going to do? How am I going to think about that? How am I going to think about that? And help kids to have that, the capacity to do that. And finally, generalization. The contexts of concern are identified. Where do you need this? Okay, where is this most important to have? Okay, who do we get to help you with that? We need parents, we need school personnel, we need pro-social peers to help with the generalization part, to say, attaboy, I like the way you did that. You handled yourself particularly well the other day on the playground. Good for you. Okay, and that bridges between the training and that's going on in the group room, the authentic environment are created. Okay? How do we build bridges to what we're learning here together in this group and the real world in which you happen to live in? Homework tasks are essential to that. Here's what I want you to do between now and the next time I see you next week. And I want you to keep notes on that. And I want you to come back and talk to me about it. Okay. And possible barriers are identified and procedures to address them. What's going to stand in your way? What's going to keep you from doing that? And how do we approach that? So in conclusion, violence in the home leads to violence in the community and in the school. All right? Struggling parents need support, training, and encouragement to begin to replace entrenched multi-generational patterns of coercive child rearing. Schools in high-risk neighborhoods need to reach into homes to assist busy, often stressed parents to prepare their children for the challenges of large group learning. And school mental health professionals need to target research-supported interventions towards the specific social and emotional needs of high-risk children. Okay. Thank you very much for this lovely 46 minutes or so. And I look forward to chatting with you when we do the breakout.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Larson, for that wonderful presentation. And thank you also to Dr. Slaby and Dr. Pepler. And now what we're going to do is come together for a question and answer. And so I know many of you have come in with questions and answers throughout. Please send them in the Q&A feature, and we'll try to get to as many questions as we can. And we'll just have everyone join us. And then right after we do this question and answer, we'll break for lunch and come back for with Dr. Meichenbaum. So, all right, I see everyone here. Hi, thank you guys so much. Where is everyone coming from today? Deb, where are you in right now?
I'm sitting in Toronto, Canada in lockdown. So not going far from home.
And how about you, Jim?
I am sitting in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and right out the window there is the Milwaukee River.
And how about you, Ron? Oh, you're muted. Oh, I think. There you go.
There, I'm sitting in the Boston area on a beautiful day in my kitchen.
Perfect. So yeah, so I wanted to start by asking a question we got towards the beginning, and Dr. Slaby, this one was for you. And then afterwards, I kind of wanted to open it up because I think a lot of you touched on this in your presentations. But so Susan Snyder, she says, to you, Ron, she says, I'm appreciating your timely analogy between COVID-19 toxins and violence as toxins, and thinking about building these immune system's ability to be reflective rather than impulsive. And then she asked, are you tapping the art therapies community to utilize their powerful strategies for self-regulation and problem solving.
Well, it's interesting that you noticed how strongly I think the connection is and the parallels are between the paradigm of violence prevention and the paradigm of the COVID prevention. As I was developing this presentation, I saw more and more similarities and thought that it was kind of valuable to think of those two and to think of the main strategies that come from the connection that you see. The main strategies, one of the main strategies is to limit the exposure to the environmental toxins, the social and emotional connections that you have, that we've all three of us this morning have presented. And the other is through, and that's equivalent to the taking care of the social distancing, the wearing of masks, the hand washing, the exposure, avoiding the exposure to toxic environmental or social and emotional experiences. And the second is to strengthen the internal immune system through vaccines. And I think the art therapy is one way to begin to strengthen that immune system by directly trying to intervene with the individual child. And we haven't done enough really to integrate the art therapy as a tool, but we've integrated certain elements of the art therapy in terms of developing the, you might call it, immune system of a child, to get the child to be able to relax and be more stress-free, to see the kinds of ways that you can avoid thinking of the world as a mean and hostile place. You can see the goodness and the pro-social aspects of the world through music and through engaging in music yourself by actively becoming a member of, say, a singing group or a choir, or singing along with the presenter. Those are all important aspects, and I think they would go a long way toward helping the child strengthen that immune system so that they don't succumb to the environmental toxins, the viruses, you might call it, for violence, and instead can withstand that and stand up against it.
That's great. And I wanted to open that up to you, Jim, and you, Deb, to see if you had any also thoughts on self-regulation and using art therapy. Thank you.
Well, I'll step in just for a minute. I think there are many, many ways of supporting healthy child development. And one of the things we talk about, particularly related to students who are struggling, is to try to help them develop a domain of competence. And it doesn't matter what that domain is, but if they come to understand that engaging in that activity, be it art, be it music, be it dance or computing, then I'm struggling. It will help them. I'm just going to say that. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with my battery, but I think I've got it now.
Perfect. It wouldn't be a Zoom Q&A without technological difficulties, so we're all used to it by now. Yeah, and that's good. No, that's great. I think you're touching on really important pieces. I don't know, Jim, did you have anything to add as well?
Both of them articulated this extraordinarily well. And I think any way that you get other parts of the brain working, and it can be music therapy as well, it can be athletics, it can be other kinds of things that the body does other than constantly thinking about things. Activating those kinds of things are all part of the process.
Perfect. So let's maybe move on to another question that came in during your presentation, Dr. Pepler. It's from Asashi Robertson. He says, Dr. Pepper, I want to thank you for your presentation. The relational perspective is at the heart and center of the intersubjective perspectives I learned in grad school, as written by Stolero, Atwood, Branchcraft, and others. The work of Ainsworth, Bowlby, and others is also essential. Do you think we should allude to that work more and its theoretical principles? Or since it tends to be more theoretical than research, does that form the basis of it being mainly left out? So I guess about attachment theory and.
Yeah, but I don't think attachment theory has been left out, but I do think we don't focus on it enough. We tend to think of attachment as something that's specific to infancy, that children need to be attached in the early years, which absolutely they do. But attachment is a lifespan process, and we are attached to our parents, but also to schools. And there has been some research on attachment to schools, engagement with schools, feeling that you belong in school. And it's been interesting. I had an opportunity to listen to some webinars for the End Violence Against Children campaign, which is a World Health Organization campaign. And there's a group in Uganda that's developed a good schools approach to reduce all forms of violence, one of which is violence that occurs within schools. And what interested me so much about this good schools perspective was that the central focus, the central mechanism was relationships between the teacher and the students, among the students, between the administration and the community, and with parents. So it was this surround of relationships that they understood to create an environment in which children could truly learn and flourish.
Oh, great point. Sorry, I was muted. I didn't know if either of you had anything to add to that on your thoughts on the attachment theory, because I mean, attachment theory is a great theory.
Well, I just wanted to say that what I saw in our three presentations is the overlap between them, the importance of relationships and social and emotional learning, and lots of evidence, research evidence, that leads up to the question of how do I do it? Exactly how do I do it? So for those of you who are looking for programmatic interventions, I would refer you to the resources that we have that we're going to be putting up on the Melissa Institute website, because with a click you can get to, if you're interested, for example, in dealing with violent juvenile offenders and you're in the criminal justice field, you can look up and the program that we developed based on the research that I talked about with violent juvenile offenders called Viewpoints. If you're, on the other hand, looking with middle school students to prevent violence in the schools, then you might look to the Aggressor, Victim, and Bystander program, or many other programs of intervention that can bring in the importance of the bystander as well as the aggressor and the victim in their relationships. And if you're looking for the early education, if you're in the early education field, we have 96 different research-based strategies that you can use the very next day that you read it in your classroom to help prevent violence. And those 96 are available to you in the book, Early Violence Prevention, Tools for Teachers of Young Children. Very practical things that you can do to control the environment. And then finally, if you're in the early childhood area, even earlier, you might look to the Eyes on Bullying or Eyes on Bullying in Early Childhood toolkits that are available to you. My colleague, Dr. Kim Story, and I developed this because we saw that there were so many interventions that deal with are only school-based or only delivered by the program officers in a correction facility, for example. How do we connect? How do you, regardless of what your position is, connect with your own child to help prevent violence? And the answer is we developed a program that's very easy to use to help prevent bullying in the early years. And basically, it is designed for grandparents who aren't otherwise included in the violence prevention strategies, for after-school teachers, for camp counselors, for pediatricians, for health practitioners, for all of those people who work with this child and have a relationship, but can but in that relationship, they don't know quite what to do to help prevent bullying behavior. And so basically, there's a very simple strategies we give for developing what's needed to basically the child who is bullying needs empathy training first and foremost. The child who is the victim needs assertiveness training first and foremost. And the child who is a bystander can have an active role if they learn more problem solving skills and see what their role is. So basically these strategies, we give very specific skills building strategies that can help at any age level to bridge that gap by jumping across from the evidence to the practitioner role and saying, here's what I can do to help prevent violence. So look at those resources, those helpful resources that each of the three of us have presented and will be available on the website.
If you also, while you're at the Melissa Institute website, interested in doing knee-to-knee counseling with young people who have problems with violence in the school and in the community, Don Meichenbaum has put together an absolutely marvelous intervention called Problem Solving Discourse. And we go to the website and put in Problem Solving Discourse. You'll come up with the manual. And it's walks you right through it, and it's a gold mine of the responses and questions and probings that Donald Meichenbaum has put together. And there is also a little video that he and I made together that'll demonstrate how to do it. So if you're looking right away, in addition to what Ron has mentioned here, and are doing some knee-to-knee kinds of counseling with kids, this is an absolute wonderful opportunity for you for this particular intervention.
Great, thank you. And thank you for bringing the attention to those resources on our website. And it's also, I just realized everyone here is that we're talking, all of you are such experts on bullying. So it's great to have that. And I wanted to bring to just another question. It's kind of touching more on with bullying and other things, more nurturing of it, is Clara Fletcher asked, and I believe this came in during your presentation, Dr. Pepler. She said, how can we impact parents so that we can do preventative work instead of attentive work by helping parents live a life with less stress and create containing and nurturing environments for their children as well as for themselves? It's a big question.
It's a big question, and I think it's the right question to ask. I really do. And I think that we need to think about our communities and how we support children and families. It's interesting to have lived through COVID, because I think the burden has been on mothers. If children haven't been in school, they've needed to sort of juggle work and child rearing. So I think that we can think of ways to do that, but it's not simply giving a parenting class, because the people who have the capacity to come to parenting classes, who have the time to do that and the energy and the opportunity to have someone care for their children, aren't perhaps the parents who need the most support. So finding ways to reach out and support parents, identifying early the families who are struggling. And I think that's one of the things that we need to do. Who are these families that are struggling, and how can we step in and help the parent reduce his or her own stress, but also help them in parenting children? When you know how to parent children effectively, when you know how to regulate yourself, when you know how to calm the situation down and just approach it with a positive problem solving capacity, then it's easier. But there's so many parents who themselves didn't grow up with that opportunity to learn those skills. So we need to move in and support them when we can see who they are. What's so interesting is that many of the violence prevention programs or the mental health programs designed for children and adolescents only focus on parents and helping parents to understand their children's behavior from an attachment perspective. And I'm thinking of Marlene Moretti's Connect program in that respect. Or they do what the SNAP program is. And at the same time, they're teaching children regulation skills. They're teaching children the social emotional skills. They're teaching those same things to the parents. So what we find in the analyses of those programs is that the more the parents change, the more the child changes. So these things are linked. Thanks so much for the question.
Staying with what the Melissa Institute has to offer, while you're on the Melissa Institute site, look at a program called Raising Safe Kids that the Melissa Institute is behind with both feet. Board member Trish Ramsey has brought this program along from its infancy, and it is a vibrant and extremely useful work with parents to help them to better understand what their kids are going through and how they can respond to them. And there's opportunities for finding classes for parents that you know, or opportunities to be trained. And Trish is a licensed trainer in the Raising Safe Kids. This was put out originally by the American Psychological Association. And you can get training through the Melissa Institute to become a facilitator for groups of parents that you may know that would be needing this kind of thing. So you can take a look at that while you're there.
Yeah, wonderful. No, thank you for, Jim, keep bringing it back to all the wonderful, that's what's so wonderful about having all three of you here. You've been with the Melissa Institute since really its inception. So you know about every program that the Melissa Institute has done in its time. So thank you.
Yeah, I used to have a great shock of blonde hair when I first started.
Similarity, yeah. What happened?
Yeah.
And so, but actually, we did get a question also from, I think this one came in during your presentation, Jim. It's from Jill Luttrell. And they asked, do you think that Ken Dodge's identification of how aggressive kids make attributions about others' behaviors could be applied to training police? And do you think the attributions of cops ever get evaluated? And I realize we're going to be answering later. Dr. Meichenbaum's going to talk a little about this as well, but I didn't know if you had any thoughts.
Well, I think it's a wonderful question, and I've not heard anybody talking about exploring that. I would like to hear Dr. Meichenbaum talk about it this afternoon. If make sure he gets that question, because he has done some work with the police on that. That's I can understand policemen get into a situation where there is that bias. I'm encountering this situation. I expect that this behavior is going to come forward, that I'm going to have this, and I'm going to make you prove that what I'm thinking is not true. So I'm not going to come in neutral. I'm coming in biased. Not all policemen are like that, but those who seem to have the most difficulty may well come in. Now, I'm sure someone's looked at that literature. Maybe Ron knows more about that than I do, but I would highly suspect that feature, that hostile attributional bias, is at work in many professions, police included.
Yeah. I didn't know if you had something you wanted to add, Ron, to that.
Well, I found it interesting since this is largely taking place among Southern Florida people, and the Melissa Institute is located there, that our aggressors, victims, and bystanders training involved police, but these were school police primarily. There were also district police, and they were learning and developing the aggressors, victims, and bystanders program and how to apply it. And that was changing their attitude, their beliefs, and their hostile bias, I believe, tremendously, and eliminating that hostile bias and looking at kids differently. And they'd hear the feedback from kids when they were in the classroom delivering, specifically dealing with the topic of aggressive behavior and how to deal with it as an aggressor, a victim, or a bystander. They began to look at it from a distance, you might say, objectively. And by the way, they dropped the DARE program in favor of this aggressors, victims, and bystanders program, because I had talked about evidence-based programs, and it was shown at that time that the DARE program was not working. It was not working with its goals, and it was not listed as one of the effective or even promising programs. And they were ready to sue about this. But the DARE program, drug abuse resistance education, was replaced by aggressors, victims, and bystanders. And I began to see a difference in the police officers themselves when we did the training with them. So I think this is an excellent question. More could be done with this. And I know that there are even some states that are dealing with their police. For example, Colorado has a good program in training of the police officers to, I think, eliminate this hostile bias, or at least keep it in check.
And Deb, I saw you nodding your head along with when Ron was talking about the DARE program.
Yes, it's one of the programs that was wildly successful, but are wildly promoted, but not successful. And I think that the way we pull apart the mechanisms, and this is the attributional bias is really talking about a mechanism that underlies aggression and violence. When you think the world's hostile, you're highly reactive. Your body responds that way, and you respond aggressively. So I do think that, for all of us, we have to think about these issues. And I start teaching a graduate course on diversity next week. And, I think we carry those biases in, and we often don't know what we don't know about another group. And this is a good time to stop and think about that and approach things from a regulated, thoughtful point of view rather than a hyper-vigilant, hostile point of view.
Good point. Good point. And I wanted to bring to another question, and I wanted first to address it to you, Deb, and then open it up. It comes from one of our newest scientific board members, Dr. Lena Aguimeri, who you cited when you were talking. And she asked, given the importance of relationships and all the wonderful research you have conducted, given the pandemic and the impacts, social isolation, distancing of the pandemic, especially on children, what do you think schools and organizations should focus on to help our children cope as we come out of the pandemic?
It's a good question, and one I've thought a lot about. And the discourse around what children have missed in schools focuses on missing learning. And many, many students will have missed out on learning. But there are ways that we know how to catch those students up, and it will be a minority of students who are really substantially behind. It will be the students that we worry about most, perhaps in all domains. But I think what's happened during the pandemic with social distancing, without being able to connect in the same way, is that children's social emotional development has had some barriers. And children's experiences with peers are tremendously important for their development. And I wrote a paper with Karen Bierman, whom Jim cited, on this, the importance of peers. So I think paying attention to children's social emotional development, to their mental health, which has also been impacted by COVID, will be as important as paying attention to children's academic progress, which is perhaps easier to catch up on than their mental health problems and social emotional development.
And I didn't know if either you had, thank you, that was great. I think there's so much we'll learn kind of as things come up, but I wonder if you, Jim, I just saw you
No, I was just rapt with my friend Deb's ability to put things in such perfect perspective, and I couldn't have said it better. That's exactly what I would hope somebody would say.
Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. So, and then I think we have time for maybe hopefully about one more question. And this one was for, let's see, I just got another one. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So this one is for you, Ron. It says, you pointed out that violence prevention initiatives in the US has spread to other countries. What have we learned from other countries about their successes in reducing violence?
Well, what's interesting is when the question of violence and even bullying was put into an international perspective, as I showed in that first slide, we saw that youth violence in the United States was way higher than any other country. And simply by doing that, you could begin to see that this is a problem that could be changed. This is an issue that why are we so different than other countries? So by looking across countries, there's an immediate response. For example, on the question of bullying, when the World Health Organization put together levels of bullying in the schools as reported by a standard measure across almost all countries, there was a large number of countries that submitted data. Latvia was found to be the highest level of bullying, had the highest level of bullying in their schools. And they were embarrassed by this. And countries right next to them were very different. And so they immediately began to look to see what the other countries were doing. And they found the OVEUS program. They began to institute the OVEUS program in bullying prevention, and their bullying came down. So it's very important. I also pointed out what we learned about the issue of guns when comparing Seattle, Washington, and Vancouver, British Columbia. 7 times the amount of deaths in our fights at that time in Seattle versus in the United States versus Vancouver in Canada. And that was because of the use of guns. And you begin to see, if you want to control death and injury in fights, you need to do something about guns and gun control, which unfortunately we haven't done enough about. But one of the key things that we've learned from Colombia, and I mentioned that in one of my slides, was that the epidemiological approach that my colleague and friend and former mayor of Cali, Colombia, Dr. Rodrigo Guerrero Velasco, did is he began to use the epidemiological approach to see exactly where homicides were occurring at a very high rate in his city of Cali. And then he focused very specific programs to stop that. And he was successful in reducing, in over a 3-year period, there was a 30% reduction. This same approach, the epidemiological approach, was applied in Bogota, and there was a 75% reduction in homicides over 9 years. We can learn a great deal from that. We have learned, but unfortunately we haven't applied as much as we've learned. What Rodrigo concludes is that it's the political will that is the biggest single barrier. And if you can overcome that political will, get funding and support for what we know works, then you can solve the problem. And we've learned that very clearly from the way in which other countries have effectively used that strategy.
You can take that epidemiological strategy writ small in your own school for the issue of bullying and what we call bully mapping. Yes. And get the children to identify where on a grid of the building where this is happening. And so you can pocket and you can say, well, what's wrong? Why are there so many bullying? What is that? What's different about that space compared to this space over here? And then you can target interventions for that particular space.
Great point. Yes.
Can I just jump in for a minute? I think we have a great deal to learn from other countries. And the World Health Organization and UNICEF have joined together for an international, a worldwide campaign to end violence against children. It's now 4 years old. It has what's called an INSPIRE framework. So I think 7 strategies that countries can adopt to address violence against children. And some of the countries are doing remarkable work. Canada lags behind in this. We are one of the countries along with the United States, with very high levels of violence against children, as measured by homicide and bullying. So there are examples around the world that we can turn to, but I agree that it has much to do with political will and getting governments to recognize that if you promote well-being and safety for children and youth, it has a ripple effect over generations.
Well, and that, as we're talking about that, it brings me to something we're going to touch on a little bit later today, is this the peace and prosperity and the violence prevention plan for the city of Miami that the mayor is developing, and the Melissa Institute is going to be one of the consultants in helping with that. And so we'll get to touch on that a little bit later, and I think that can lead to a lot of change. And you guys are talking with the importance of that, really that top down and that need. So yeah, so we got a few more questions that unfortunately I don't think we're going to have a chance to get to. But what I can maybe do is I'll pose some of these questions if it's okay with you guys, and I'll put it in an email to you, and we can hopefully get back to some people with what they're asking, because a lot of great questions came in, and these really wonderful presentations, and we're so grateful. I think I speak for everyone. We're in Zoom webinar, so not everyone can speak right now, but I'm sure everyone, I've seen some comments throughout saying thank you and to all of you for all your wonderful presentations. Oh, and we just got a new one that just said wonderful presentations. And so thank you guys all for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to the Melissa Institute.
Thank you.
All right, so we have, what we'll do now is we are going to have a little break for an hour, about an hour long break for lunch, where we're going to be joined by Dr. Meichenbaum, and then followed by Dr. Nikolai, and then Dr. Pilotensky, and then we'll have another Q&A then. And great, so thank you again, and we'll see everyone after lunch.
Welcome back from lunch. We now move to a set of presentations with important implications for our personal and professional lives. Our next presenter needs no introduction. He's the main reason the Melissa Institute has developed a stellar reputation for integrity and excellence in the field of violence prevention and treatment. I'm always happy to introduce our scientific director for 25 years, Don Meichenbaum. Take it, Don.
Thank you, Antione, for that kind and gracious introduction. And I want to thank you, the attendees, for your interest and your support of the Melissa Institute. Permit me, by way of introduction, to just comment how privileged and honored I have been for the last 25 years to be the research director of the Melissa Institute. And I encourage each of the attendees to visit our website, which over the course of 25 years has over 2 million hits worldwide. And as you know, everything on the Melissa Institute is free and available as we attempt to give away science to reduce the likelihood of violence towards others and towards oneself. The task that I have taken on is, with this esteemed panel presenters, is to discuss with you and offer examples of how bystander intervention programs have been used effectively to reduce violence, not only towards others, but also towards oneself. I will note that I have put together a handout that accompanies this presentation that provides websites and supportive material for each of the following examples that I'm going to offer you. So we're going to start off by my talking to you about bystander interventions and why it's needed and how it works. And then I'm going to provide you with several examples, especially with regard to the period of the COVID-19 pandemic, where one might look upon bystander intervention as a form of altruistic behavior. I've been involved in a variety of projects that I'd like to share with you and challenge you to think about its application, including frontline medical staff who are dealing with the stress inherent in looking after COVID-19 pandemic patients. Unfortunately, as we review on the Melissa Institute website, there has been a fair incidence of suicidal behavior on the part of frontline staff. We even highlight the last loss of Dr. Lorna Breen, who was a frontline doc in a New York hospital and overwhelmed. And I'll give you an example of how buddy systems are used in that context. We've also been involved in putting together with our colleagues on the scientific board, Lena Augimeri, and also the work of Irv Staub on how to address police violence and misconduct. And then I'll talk about our work on bullying and cyberbullying in terms of using peer warning systems, sexual harassment, suicide prevention in various domains. And then finally, how do we create a sense of group coherence when we're seeing clients in order to help them support each other. So thank you for putting up that overview so that people could sort of see where we're headed. And now let me start off by highlighting for you the relevance of this topic in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic. Just think that the pandemic has often brought out the worst, but also some of the best in humankind, so that in various forms of altruistic behaviors, whether it's food banks or people doing volunteer work or people providing services of accessing and providing social supports to help people deal with the variety of losses. This may be the over 500,000 losses due to COVID and the work on grief that we've put together that I'll comment on, or whether it's shelter in place that has led to increased likelihood of violence, or other forms of street violence. As you recall back, the shooting that occurred in Atlanta, the violence against Asian Americans in the United States. So the Melissa Institute is committed to sort of understanding what could be done on a preventative basis to reduce violence. In terms of bystander interventions, I encourage each of you to just Google bystander intervention. When you do so, you will be able to access a variety of training films in the area of sexual harassment, both in educational settings as well as in the military. You'll be able to see some of the work that we've done on stress inoculation training, where in fact you can educate people ahead of time about the nature of the stresses they're likely to encounter, and how not only at an individual but at a group basis, one can help people prepare for those kinds of stressful events. So there are innumerable examples that will supplement this presentation in terms of how individuals, schools, organizations, and the like need to proceed. Let's take a moment to consider some of the elements that go into someone engaging in bystander interventions. This essentially involves the kind of risk and protective factors assessment by an individual. That is, in order for you or me or anyone else to engage in bystander intervention, we need to have some sense that there is a risk involved, a risk of potential violence either presently or in the near future. You may even be informed by a previous history of violence and aggressive behavior that occurred in that setting in the past, so that each of our antennae are sort of vigilant to the prospect and likelihood of that kind of risk formulating. With that kind of appraisal and assessment, there comes in a second kind of strategy, an element of the degree to which one might intervene in order to reduce the likelihood of such violence occurring. You may have a particular game plan in mind of alternative strategies of everything from intervening directly, either yourself or with others, to reduce the likelihood. For example, the work that my colleague Deb Pepler and Ron Slaby have done so effectively with regard to bullying in order to get the ways in which that bullying can stop rather quickly in the aftermath of direct interventions. You may, instead of doing that, you also think about ways in which you could distract individuals in order to reorganize and reframe their behaviors so that they could reduce the likelihood of violence. We'll see this in terms of the SNAP program, Stop Now and Plan, that we've implemented with regard to the police. You may want to go and solicit help from others who could equally intervene and help reduce the likelihood and interrupt the violent sequence. And then most importantly, there's a need for each of us to check in later. So not only do we need to assess the nature of the risk that may be present or likely to occur, not only do we have to then have a kind of repertoire, not only of alternative interventions, but the skills to do so. But yet there has to be a third component to bystander intervention, which is sometimes overlooked and perhaps the most critical. And that is, there has to be a self-assessment by the bystander that, in fact, engaging in such bystander interventions will be a safe activity, both for themselves, for the potential victims, and for other significant others. Not only that, there has to be an accompanying appraisal that not only is it safe to intervene, that it won't escalate further by this or result in subsequent kind of violence towards you, the bystander, but there has to be organizational support that such bystander interventions on your part, for example, in the police, by a policeman, is supported organizationally from top down through the entire system, so that as a result of your bystander intervention, there will be no secondary kind of victimization or complications therein. When I talk about the police work by Irv Staub and others, we'll see how important that entire organizational framework is to increasing the likelihood that these kinds of activities are indeed implemented. So what am I saying so far? I'm saying actually that the decision to engage in bystander intervention is a complex one that includes at least 3 or 4 different components. One is the initial assessment of potential risk occurring now or in the future, or a result of your past history of understanding that situation. The second kind of component is the degree to which you can have a well-rehearsed and competent strategy of the alternative ways that you might indeed engage yourself and others in trying to reduce the likelihood of this violent situation escalating. And the third component is a part of you has to also feel that it's safe and acceptable, and in fact, maybe even praiseworthy for you to engage in this kind of bystander intervention. Those 3 components don't just come naturally. They need to be rehearsed, prepared, not only at the individual, but at the social and organizational levels. Let me give you an example of this. During the course of the past few weeks, we have witnessed the trial of a policeman in Minneapolis, Chauvin, who actually had his knee on the throat of George Floyd for some 8 minutes. Floyd some 20 times yelled out, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I'm going to die. Tell mom I loved her," and so forth. Now, during the course of that activity, without judging the criminal activity per se, the key feature is that there were 3 accompanying policemen standing by as this kind of confrontation between Floyd and the Chauvin was occurring. So here's the question for each of us. What would we have liked the 3 policemen to have done as bystanders to reduce the likelihood that George Floyd would not have died? What would be the nature of other such incidents like the Breonna Taylor shootings in St. Louis with regard to bystander intervention? What should the judge in the Breonna Taylor case have asked those policemen in terms of possible violent consequences of their breaking into her apartment during the night, and the degree to which they had bystander intervention training? With the assistance of our colleague, Lena Augimeri, she has developed a rather effective intervention program called SNAP, which is Stop Now and Plan. And in this program, it is designed to make sure that the emotionality, the noncompliance with requests, the emotionality that drives the lower brainstem, the limbic system, the amygdala, the hippocampus, and the related area, that emotionality does not, quote unquote, hijack the frontal lobe. For the frontal lobe is the executive processes that deal with the degree to which you can notice, catch, interrupt, plan, monitor. The frontal lobe is the area that we commented on that helps you decide whether to intervene or not. The frontal lobe helps you assess the degree of alternatives and your sense of safety, acceptance, and organizational support. So if you go to the Melissa Institute website, and you'll see I've put this material on in the handout as well, you will see the nature of the training program, the course that we develop on anger management and bystander intervention. Moreover, if you in fact click on the bottom of the article on bystander intervention, you can also access an article, a BBC article on Irv Stau's program, where he successfully taught this kind of bystander intervention to the New Orleans police. This article, which was co-authored by myself and Etienne Alderando, has now been published in the Police Chiefs magazine. And we are hopeful that this kind of bystander course and intervention program could in fact be employed in order to make various organizations, whether they are the police, the military, whether they are teachers and the like, more effective bystander interventionists. One of the things that we highlight here is the possibility, for example, in the case of the police, of actually having a training program where you can ask the police to look at videotapes of prior episodes where violence escalated. And we can use those kinds of videos as a catalyst for a discussion among policemen to see what alternatives there would be. They could actually behaviorally rehearse and practice in a kind of deliberate fashion to the point of mastery. Now, keep in mind that none of these programs, either for the police, the military, or for educators, will in fact be implemented without having a top to bottom organizational support of that effort. You need everybody from top to bottom to go through this kind of training and to even wear an acknowledgement pin that they had successfully achieved this. Imagine if we not only had instances on the nightly news of police who are engaged in activities that escalate, but that we could also show and reward and honor those people who have engaged in bystander interventions. We now see that kind of inspiring interactive support in the midst of the COVID all the time, of people volunteering to be of assistance to those in need. Imagine what this would be like if we not only had individuals, but villages who had the kind of empathy. And it's this kind of accurate empathy towards others, this kind of perspective taken that becomes a critical feature. In fact, the Melissa Institute has interviewed and built into its training program the work by Mary Gordon on roots of empathy, on how we could teach that kind of perspective taking, access the kind of mirror neurons that are in each of us, and the accompanying biochemical changes, the vasopressin, oxytocin, and the like, that sort of trigger this kind of empathetic response, this kind of perspective taking. So in some sense, my feeling here is that bystander interventions or village support, or an accompanying altruistic empathic behavior, can be a central way to reduce violence, of helping people understand the interaction between how they appraise events, their accompanying feelings, thoughts, behaviors, and the reactions of others, as you get into this kind of vicious cycle. Hopefully, this initial description of the ways in which these programs have been implemented with the police will whet your appetite. If you go to a book that I wrote called Roadmap to Resilience, in fact, I put that book online for free. And you can go to the website called Roadmap to Resilience, all one word, .wordpress.com. And if in fact you click on the category called Addenda, you will see descriptions of how frontline staff have created buddy systems, support systems of helping each other deal with the COVID, not only in the hospital setting, but in fact, when people go home to their families, the sacrifices they've made, the shared mission, the sense of group commitment that keeps people going in spite of the kinds of risk behaviors. So there you find another example. In fact, I was approached by various hospitals to see if I could be of assistance to their frontline medical staff. And one of my responses was to take the work that we had done with returning soldiers and other trauma victims and take the book Roadmap to Resilience and put it online for free. I don't know if it's because it was online for free, but I'm really proud to say that the book Roadmap to Resilience has now been downloaded by over 28,000 visitors from 120 countries worldwide. This was clearly a mission for the Melissa Institute. And I want each of you to know that the reach of the Melissa Institute is well beyond just the Miami area where it's located, and has had some kind of ripple effect worldwide. If you go to the Melissa Institute website called Teach Safe Schools, you will find that we have a large section there on peer warning, especially with school shootings when they were prevalent. The notion is that often peers know which of their colleagues are more at risk than do the teachers and sometimes even their parents. In fact, there's a really kind of clever set of procedures. For example, Ron Slaby has a thing called Pronto boxes, whereby students can put into the box a note of which other colleagues, fellow peers they think are at high risk and who needs intervention accordingly and quickly. There's a thing called the class play measure, where teachers go into the classroom and say, hey guys, I'd like you to do something a bit different, a bit unusual. I'd like you for a minute to think of yourself as a director of a movie or a play or a TV program. You know, so what a director does is to actually choose which people will play which parts. So you ready for this class? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a list of all the boys and all the girls in the class. And then I'm going to read out various parts, and you put a check mark next to which of your fellow students you think would be really good to play that part, okay? So imagine that you are having a party and you want to invite one of your classmates to the party who is going to be really, really fun, and you wouldn't want to have the party without that person, okay? So could you kindly just take a moment, go through each of the names and put a check. Now that you've done that one, imagine that we were going to make a play of someone who's a bully who picks on other kids. Could you go through the list and pick out? Well, you get the flavor of what that kind of assessment is. And therefore, the degree to which peers become really important becomes a critical element. Here's another example of where peer-to-peer contact is really valuable. And this was in the area of suicide prevention. So in fact, there is a website called www.reachout.com. I've included all this information in the handout that you could look at as well. So what reachout.com was, it was initially set up in Australia, and it's a peer-to-peer kind of communication or chat line whereby peers can interact with each other in terms of any particular domain that they have. This might be an issue with regard to depression, suicide, hopelessness. It may be an issue with regard to academic schoolwork, conflict with parents, the kind of accompanying of egocentrism, of feeling you're ostracized and the like. So you can actually go on and click on this reachout.com communication, and they will have other peers talk about whether they've had similar experiences and how they coped. So in some sense, what we are coming to appreciate is that bystander intervention has been effectively adapted within a technological framework. So therefore, peers not only know who are potentially high risk, but peers can offer useful information. And often peers, especially adolescent peers, are more likely to take the advice of fellow peers than coming from a counselor, an adult, or even their parents. Interestingly, I had an occasion to consult for the military, and one of the more interesting suicide prevention programs, which is also a bystander, that you could also go on and look at the website that I've included in the handout, is called the Air Force Suicide Prevention Program. And here the notion with the Air Force is that you have a wingman, and the wingman is always looking out for you. So the key question is, how can the wingman not only look for you while you're in flight, but how can the wingman actually be of assistance when you're at high risk in this particular area of your life? Whether it's violence towards others in terms of bullying or gang violence or what have you, or whether it's violence towards oneself, for example, in the instance of suicide. So outside Las Vegas, there is a community called Clark County. And Clark County, in the last year, has had 9 adolescents who died by suicide within the year. Now, how many of those 9 adolescents had peers who might have had a sensitivity, an awareness, a friendship that their fellow students was high risk of depression, of hopelessness and despair, of being stressed out by doing home schooling and the like? And could that community have implemented some kind of warning system, some kind of buddy system, some kind of ways in which we could reduce the high incidence of these instances. Having been the research director for the Melissa Institute for the last 25 years, and now I have now reached my 80th birthday, I am in a point of what Erik Erikson calls the generativity phase of life. So if you go to the Melissa Institute, the www.melissainstitute.org, and click on Resilience Resources, I have put online multiple examples of how to build resilience in all kinds of populations, from children to high-risk children to families, to adolescents, victims of human trafficking, LGBTQ, even resilience in the elderly, ways in which we can incorporate spirituality and psychotherapy. We've developed a coping with grief checklist and interventions with regard to suicidality. But it's not only me. If you look on the Melissa Institute, you will see that for 25 years, we've done annual conferences like this. And each of the participants in those conferences have been invited to share their material and presentations. So if you look at the right side of the roadmap, the right side of the resilience resources, you can download and have access to a great deal of guidance on ways to reduce and understand violence. I will conclude with a clinical application of these concepts. So for all of my life, I have been working with clients with all kinds of problems, from trauma to victimization to issues of anger, depression, suicidality, and the like. And here's an interesting question I've asked myself on multiple occasions, and I'll invite you to ask yourself as well, especially if you're in the healthcare profession. What do you think is it that distinguishes each of us as healthcare providers? What is it do you think that we can provide clients that other people in their lives do not provide? I mean, why can't they go to their beautician, their bartender, their Mother Earth figure, tell their story, and heal? What is it that I bring to bear? What does it make me worthy of being paid to listen to your account of distress? And the answer that I've come to is that not only am I a compassionate, non-judgmental, trust-engendering person you could tell your account to, but I have a kind of unique way of telling your story back to you. And what I would like to do is to share that strategy and have you appreciate how it nurtures group cohesion and moreover lends itself to a bystander intervention. So the strategy, and this is everything I'm about to say, is written out in some detail in your handout, especially on how to do this on a group basis. One of the things that's interesting is we know that when you want to predict the best outcomes in the field of psychotherapy, the most important factor in achieving long-lasting benefits for your clients is the use of and development, maintaining, and monitoring of the therapeutic alliance. Well, it turns out that when you're doing group work, group cohesion is the best predictor of outcome. So when I listen to people's stories, I have a unique way of telling it back using what I call this kind of clock metaphor. So I say to the client, it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm picked up on this, see if I'm in tune with you. I use a lot of those kinds of artful questions to engage people. And I say, it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I put my hand at an imaginary 12 o'clock. And what 12 o'clock is external and internal triggers. These are the kinds of things people say or do, or what they fail to say or do, that gets you going. Now, some of those kinds of things may be external. We could both see them and hear them, or they may be internal kinds of triggers. They may be a flashback, a sense of apprehension, a cravings for a drug or what have you. And I put it back in your lap and I say, is indeed that the case? Has that indeed occurred? So I get acknowledgement and embellishment. I then move my hand to 3 o'clock. And what's 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock is, Dawn, how did that make you feel in that situation? So I want to get both your primary and secondary emotions. I want to get exactly how did you feel before, during, and after that incident. This may apply, for example, in our discussion with the police when someone's being non-compliant or threatening them by verbal or physical talk. So the external event may be some kind of provocation, perceived provocation. And moreover, it may be the degree to which you feel endangered, apprehensive, the degree to which you feel threatened. You may feel sad, depressed, angry, and the like. It's interesting to think about those emotions for a moment as a kind of commodity, because I could ask the policeman, or I could ask you, or whoever I'm seeing, Don, what did you do with all those feelings? It's interesting to think of feelings as a kind of commodity that we do something with. And if in fact you've done that, I could then ask you, Don, or I could ask the policeman, if he did that with those feelings, Don, what was the impact? What was the toll? What was the price you and others pay? What am I doing? I'm listening to you, the individual, the group, tell me stories. And I'm now going to help you. I'm going to retell the story so you can come to appreciate the interconnection between how you appraise events, the 12 o'clock, external and internal triggers, the accompanying feelings, both primary and secondary, the immediate and feelings you have about your feelings. I'm getting you to look upon that as a commodity and in some sense, look at what's the impact, toll, and price if you're doing that. My story is only half done because I then move my hand to 6 o'clock. And what's 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock are the nature of the automatic thoughts and feelings that you had. 3 o'clock was the feelings. Now we're into the automatic thoughts and images, the kind of thinking processes, the kind of belief systems. So if you have the thought that the provocation was done intentionally, on purpose, the attribution of intentionality, of thinking that this was on purpose, is what's needed to get you from being angry to becoming violent. Okay? And moreover, you may have a number of other accompanying thoughts that not only am I threatened, but this is not the first time, and you can imagine what the internal dialogue might have been in terms of the degree to which you got police misconduct, the degree to which there was an immediate automatic response as the emotionality of the amygdala, hippocampus, and the like hijacked your frontal lobe. And then 9 o'clock has to do with the nature of the specific behaviors that you engage in and how others react. Having put all that in your lap as a client, as a group of policemen, military educators, and the like, I can then say to you and say to the group, it sounds to me, I, the therapist, I, the trainer, that this is just a vicious. And on the word vicious, I put my hand at 9 o'clock and move it around this imaginary circle without completing the sentence. Now, if you try this with your client, I don't just go whoop, I go vicious. There's a very high probability that your clients will complete the sentence by saying cycle or circle. And you go, vicious cycle? In what way is this a vicious cycle? Are you telling me, are you telling yourself, are you telling the group that when this occurs at 12 o'clock, you do what? At 9 o'clock? And that makes you feel how at 3 o'clock? And then you have the thought at 6 o'clock? And then you even become more vigilant about 12. So what I'm trying to do is have the individual who may act in a violent situation learn to pause, to snap, to stop now and plan, to interrupt that vicious cycle. What do bystanders do? Bystanders act as surrogate frontal lobes. Bystanders help individuals break the vicious cycle. And they can do so at a variety of different ways. In fact, if you go through the anger management course that we put on that slideshow, you and others can help individuals become better bystanders. Now, what becomes interesting is I've supervised a lot of people who run groups, training groups and the like. And it turns out they often don't run groups. They end up doing one-on-one while everyone else listens. Now, if you're willing to play the game of the clock, you can now say to each of the members, each of the police officers, each of the doctors, each of the educators, each of the young bullies. So what got you going was, and what set you off was, and the trigger for you was, so I can now do the 12 o'clock across the entire group. I want them to see the communality of what they saw as a provocation, either an external or internal trigger. Knowing that, I would explore with them and how, when, let me ask each of you, when in fact that occurred, how did that make you feel? Have others of you had that kind of feeling? And if you guys had that kind of feeling, what, if anything, did you do with it? What was the impact? What was the toll? What was the price you and others pay? Now, sometimes clients will say, I don't know the impact, toll, and price. And you, as your effective therapist, should say, I don't know either. How can we, Therapeutic Alliance, go about finding out? One of the wonderful things about the art of questioning is that there's a kind of supposition that there's an answer of what is the impact, toll, and price. And if the goal is to achieve some kind of goal with a potential victim, whether in a police confrontation or in a school situation or in a parent-adolescent conflict, the question is, if the goal is to achieve that and reduce the likelihood of violence, what are the alternative ways to handle it? I could then ask the group, in some sense, what were the kinds of thoughts that precede, accompany, and follow that event? And what did you do, and how did people respond? So in some sense, what I'm doing is talking about what would be the nature of training to increase the likelihood of group coherence and increase the likelihood of people engaging in bystander intervention. And no, none of this is going to be effective if we don't have organizational supports. Keep in mind that the best way to do psychoeducation is to use discovery-oriented interventions. We, the trainer, we, the therapist, cannot act as the surrogate frontal lobe telling people how to handle highly confrontational situations that threaten gendering. Now, clearly, there are some instances when using violence is required as a safety activity. In the challenging situation, for example, of police or military, or in the situation of self-defense in a domestic violence situation and the like. The question is, how can we use a variety of bystander interventions, empathy-based, as a way to reduce violence towards others and towards oneself? You can't just train and hope. You need these folks to engage in deliberate practice to the point of mastery. They need to be coached. Having the knowledge does not translate into the actual action. And moreover, these kinds of bystander intervention activities need to be accepted, rewarded, and reinforced. Can one make this a normative response? I'm reminded of the interventions that were in California, for instance, with regard to the AIDS epidemic. And one of the things that happened was that, especially among gay men, unprotected sex would increase the likelihood of increased likelihood of being infected by AIDS. So the question was, how do you get a community? How do you get buddies to remind individuals to engage in safe sex behavior? On the Melissa Institute, Etione and I have also addressed this issue with regard to how do you get your fellow citizens to wear masks during the pandemic? How do you get individuals to comply with getting a vaccine shot? How do you help people maintain social distancing and the like? Announcements by medical experts like Fauci and others are not going to be successful. They may be informative and have some people who are at the readiness stage of change to comply. But for individuals who are engaged in violent behavior, in hateful responses, the question is, how do you get peers to work together to reduce violence? When people say, apropos of the recent attack on the Congress on January 6th that occurred back then, what would have taken to have people note, interrupt? How do you combat the violent rhetoric? How do you develop empathy? How do you engage people in forgiveness, gratitude, and the other positive emotions that also have biological sequelae, as well as interpersonal benefits? I hope that each of you who took the time to listen to this presentation will become a bystander intervener with regard to the Melissa Institute. After 25 years of our and my own making all services available for free, I would love to have each of you become a bystander interventionist and make a donation to the Melissa Institute. I thank you for your attention and interest, and encourage each of you to just stay safe.
Don, thank you for all you've done for the Melissa Institute through the years and for everything you do for our communities. Thank you also for teaching us today how to effectively reduce violence as active bystanders. Please take a few moments now, and we will be joined by Dr. Nicholas after the break. Welcome back. We now turn our attention to another timely concern in our lives: how to understand the impact of trauma and racialized violence in Black communities and what to do about it. And who better to talk to us about this than my dear friend, a renowned multicultural and multilingual psychologist and professor of counseling psychology in the School of Education and Human Development at the University of Miami, Dr. Gerda Nicholas. Take it away, Gerda.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. Let me say first, thank you to my very dear friend, Itioni, for that wonderful introduction. Really appreciate it. And a special thank you to the Melissa Institute for the invitation to be a part of this conference. But let me take this opportunity to also congratulate the amazing team of folks who had the foresight 25 years ago to put an organization together like the Melissa Institute out of this tragedy, but making sure that it is a tragedy that leads to such amazing impact for so long. And so I want to say special congratulations to this team, because doing something for 5 years is one thing, doing it for 10 years is another thing, but to do it for 25 years is even bigger. And I just want to say a special thank you to everyone for the amazing work that you are doing and you continue to do in the community as we put a face and continue to have the dialogue pertaining to violence in our society. So thank you so much for this. I am super excited today to get a chance to talk with you about a topic that is crucial for us to continue to engage in the conversation, and that is ways that racial violence continue to make its way, continues to be an everyday experience for many people in our community, and understanding not just what it is, but the ways that it is impacting us in the community, but also what are some of the possible ways that we can, begin to think about and address some of those issues and so forth. And so let me just be clear. I'm talking about racialized violence and the impact of racialized violence on Black folks, which means, just to prep you, this is not going to be a feel-good presentation. This is not gonna be the presentation where you sit back and you say, let me take this in. This presentation, without a doubt, is gonna trigger you. You're gonna see some things, some images in it that's gonna trigger you. You're gonna see some videos, clips that also may trigger you. So I'm prepping you to know that if we're gonna talk about racialized violence and we need to do it the way it needs to be done, we have to be honest and put out the images and the stories in the way that we need to be able to tell it. And so with that being said, I hope that as you're watching this video, that you don't turn off, that you don't avoid it, as you don't get away from this presentation that you're hearing today, but that you sit with it for a bit and begin to think about, what is my role? How much do I know? And what can I do, as an individual? Because we understand that the individual can be really, really impactful with that. So with that being said, I'm gonna start sharing my screen with you so I can go through the presentation, with all of you. And thank you so much to our tech team for making sure that we are well on our way and everything is in place vis-a-vis that as well. Like I said, this is gonna be the focus of the conversation today. And I'm looking forward to further conversation on this area. So as I said, we are going to talk a little bit about what is racialized violence. We're going to talk a little bit about, take a little bit of a historical journey to see what does it look like then, what does it look now, understand the link between racialized violence and equity. How do we address this issue at a systems level is really what I'm hoping to conclude with for our presentation today. And so to begin with, I want to begin with by just a few definitions with all of you who's listening to me knows exactly well, right? And so we're talking about race, because we're talking about racialized violence, it's important to understand what is this thing that we're talking about when we talk about race, right? So we know that race is something we socially constructed, which means it is created by us, which is, for me, is always good news, because it means if we create it and if we are the maker and the creator of it, that means we can do something about it. And that's really is important for me as we begin this sort of fight in terms of anti-racism society, right? So really, again, thinking about ethnicity, right? We're talking about the sort of like things that brings us together as commonalities in terms of our language, our religion, our nationality, and so forth, right? So understanding those distinctions, for me, it is important to know that today's conversation is not about ethnic violence. It is about race violence, right? Racialized violence, violence that occurs as a result of one's race, violence that occurs as a result of a race, a category that we created as human beings, right? So that individuals get impacted by something that we are the creators of, right? So because of that, as a result of this thing called race, then there are a number of things that is connected to race, right? In terms of how one manifests that in terms of our environment, in terms of the society. And so when we look at that, what is this thing called racism? So we're talking about the attitudes, the beliefs, the practices that are used to justify the treatment of another racial or ethnic group, right? And then discriminations are actions or practices of a dominant group members that have a harmful impact on a subordinate group, right, as well. And then there is prejudice, where we're talking about negative attitudes that we have based on faulty generalization about members of a specific ethnic, racial, or other groups, right? So really, really important, because we're talking about racism, discrimination, and prejudice. And I'm saying that because sometimes we have prejudicial views and attitudes, and then somebody might call us racist. And then we say, no, I'm not racist, because actually what you're practicing is prejudice, not necessarily racism views. But so it really is important to be really clear on what is it that we're talking about when we're talking about these three very loaded, very impactful, very impactful terms, right, as well. And so I'm gonna put that this piece there as well, because I'm trying to unpack this area in terms of racism, because it is important that we understand that these things, these racism, prejudice, discrimination that you just saw in the previous slide, there's some ways that they make their ways into our lives that are either known, so we know them, we're conscious of them, and then there are ways that they're not, right? And so biases and stereotype is important to pay attention to those as well. But I want to particularly pull your attention towards the things that we may not be so conscious of. So implicit bias is one of those things where I may not be so conscious of this thing because it's not in my conscious level until somebody brings it up to me. I'm like, aha, now I understand like what we're talking about. So bias comes in many forms. It comes in the forms of race, age, gender, ethnicity, and it can be universal, it can be locally concentrated. Same thing when we look at a stereotype, it is the applications of the person's belief, right? And their thoughts and their expectation onto somebody else, right? And then of course, discrimination, as we just talked about, is the denial of rights based on prejudice and discrimination. Really, really important to understand the terminologies. So when we're talking about racialized violence, we begin to sort of like compact some of that in terms of what is it that we are talking about today. And so I want to begin all of this by talking about this concept of freedom, because it is this like sense of how do I live in a society where I am, in all sense of the word, right? Legally, I am in a place that tells me that I have a level of freedom, right? That I have a level of freedom, but at the same time, I'm not able to leave my house. I'm not able to live in the society freely, right? And so what does that mean to be free, but still enslaved? What does that mean for you to be free and still not so free, right? Overall. And so I this piece around freedom, right? Because sometimes we get that convoluted. It's like, well, no, we the people, we are all free society, and we gain our freedom in so many years and so forth. but it still means that there's certain things that I cannot do, even though I'm living in a free society, right? Which is really is important, to think about and talk about, right? So I want to talk a little bit about this piece around racism and freedom, because it leads us to talk a little bit about historically the kind of systems in which we find ourselves in, where there has been a perpetual process of dehumanizing, where an individual is less human. We seek to see the person as a human being. Dehumanizing somebody means you take away, you snap away the aspects of what makes us human. You no longer see them as such, right? And so there's practices and beliefs and behavior and things that we do that can lead to that dehumanization, right? And we have countless examples of that. And I just want to walk you through a few of those, right? Particularly for some groups. I don't have enough time to show it for every single group, because we have countless examples of ways that we have as a society have dehumanized individuals and groups of people as a result of their race, as a result of their religion. And so that is the structure in which we find ourselves. And so I want to do that because when I talk about racialized violence as it pertains to Black people in America, then so that it can be put within the context of all of that, right, overall. So if we look at, so historically, all of us are very well aware of ways that Jews have been dehumanized to the Holocaust, right? And that's like sketch in our understanding, and so forth. And there are amazing write-up to really demonstrate what did that do, ways that impacted, Jews, continues to impact our brothers and sisters who are Jewish as a result of that level of dehumanization. And so we have examples of that level of dehumanization as it pertains to our brothers and sisters who are Jewish. And then we go over to look at our Irish brothers and sisters. And again, we see countless examples of ways a group of individuals within this particular society has been dehumanized, right? Has been dehumanized by our practices and our behavior in a land where people are free. Let's be clear, because that's why I mentioned the piece around freedom, because it means the people in this land are free, but not everybody is free, right? And so when you look at the history of Irish, of our Irish brothers and sisters in the society, you see examples of that dehumanization, taking place, right? And so, and when we go over to our Asians, and man, we just saw an example of that, not just because of COVID that just happened, where people were calling this virus the Asian virus, the Chinese virus. That is, when we do that, it dehumanizes, right, a whole entire group of people. And as recently as in Atlanta, we saw this the atrocity that took place with the violence against Asians in Atlanta to that nail salon that just took place and so forth. But we have countless examples. Those are two examples recently, 2021, 2020, and there's tons more of them where there are a lot of these incidences that are happening in our society where individuals are targeted because of their race. They are targeted because of who they are as a group of individuals, right? And the level of dehumanization is consistently, right, becomes like a fabric of what is it that we're talking about, right? So now when we come over to Black folks, which is the focus of my talk today, right? We have examples of ways that Black folks in this society has been dehumanized, has been, stripped of the human aspects of who we are as a group of individuals that falls under a racial category created by a group of people, right? Overall. So the dehumanization process of Black folks, as is exemplified by some of these pictures, are really, really, really important. Let me point out that the the things that concerns me the most, the things that to pay attention to from a societal standpoint is that level of dehumanization that has a audience around it. If you look at these images right now in this screen that you're looking at, and you're seeing right the images of it, and you're looking at these young faces who are likely to be now in their 50s, 60s, 70s, right now, right at this particular moment. But this was their socialization of what it means to be Black person in this particular society and so forth, right, overall. And so, and if we go back, fast forward, and I'm just focusing on 2018 because it would be too painful for me to focus on 2019, 2020 in the midst of the George Floyd, the countless ways that we've seen people have lost their lives as a result of being Black in America. So violence against a particular group of people simply because I belong to a particular group of individuals, right? And so so these are some examples in just 2018, right? Some of you probably don't remember because, when the Starbucks situation happened, where two young men were just going on to make a deal to meet with somebody else, and they were arrested, right? And later let go. But that process of the cops being called on you, right, for simply sitting on a Starbucks and then being handcuffed, taken down to a police station, and no matter what happens afterward, even though they let you go, but that process of dehumanization have occurred. That level of violence has already occurred, and it is without a doubt will have an impact on the individual overall, right? So what are we talking about then when we're talking about this piece about racialized violence, right? And so I put some of these up here just as an example to show what are we talking about. We're talking about all of these acts that has happened against countless and countless groups of people. And I'm bringing them up so that way we are paying attention to the systemic and structural issues and problems that we have. This is not just about a Black problem. Racialized violence is not just a Black problem. It is a systemic problem in this particular society. And we must treat this disease, this pandemic, this cancer as it should be treated as a systemic issue because it is pervasive and and the impact of it is really, really dire, right? As we are experiencing these things over and over and over again every single year, right? And so I want to move forward to talk a little bit about why is this then so difficult, right? Why is this process of dealing with and managing like these conversations so hard? Because we don't have conversations about race in a way that we should. And when we do, understanding the overall impact of that's going to have is really, really, really key. So what I want to be able to do next is to just set up for you a little bit of a clip of somebody talking about their own perception and experiences of being an American in America, okay? And so right after that, I'm going to show you a person's reaction to that particular conversation and dialogue, right, as well. And again, I'm going to prep you. These conversations are going to be really, really difficult. It's going to be hard to see some of these videos as well, but it's important to begin to see this part that I was talking about. What is it that people are aware of? The issue about how some things that we may be seeing, our own beliefs and perceptions about things, we may not necessarily have conscious understanding of it, right? Is that first video that I'm going to show you so you can just imagine that you are sitting in a space in a lovely coffee place or in a meeting, and this is what this person is thinking about, is saying, right? In terms of his own perception and experiences about different racial groups that he's been exposed to. And so I'm gonna take us now to the little video. I'll stop that for a moment to take you to that first little video that's gonna allow you the opportunity to just experience what is it this person is, their own perception and what is it that they're saying. So So with that being said, I'm gonna share my screen, the new technology that we are in, right? So just a couple minutes so you can see what he's saying.
Grown, raised right here in this small community. And when the subject of racism was mentioned to me, I found it extremely exciting because I grew up in this area with friends of all races. And we would read in the news, see on the television of racial struggles in other areas and could not comprehend how that could be, and why they had to cause struggle and strife for each other. Why couldn't they be just like at home, happy and productive together? And I don't think that anybody should be any less than another. I grew up in this area right alongside the Native Americans, and some of them to this day are my dearest friends, and I like their cultures, yes. And I even seek after artifacts from their history, but there's no struggle or strife if we don't cause it. Do you think that we don't get excited as Americans when you say you are something other than just American? I got excited when Manoir said to us, he is Chinese American. Why can't he be just American and excited about being just American like David is?
Wait a minute, I just...
You know, he calls himself an American.
But I'm doing that for a very specific purpose.
Okay.
I'm doing it because I'm terming my identity as American to fight against the white supremacist notion that only white people merit the status of the title of American.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think we do.
I refuse to be segregated or to be allocated to a lower status by not being recognized as an American.
I like that attitude, and I think that's a correct and proper attitude. Whereas
I'm also Chinese.
Yes.
I'm very proud of that. And for a person to look at me and say, for a white person to look at me and say, you're just like me, we're both American, totally insults me because it denies my identity as a Chinese person, too.
You give us a hard time for being white and being American and being in control. I've never felt in control. I had vineyards and pear orchards for many years, and I employed many of your people, if you wish to call them that. They're my dear friends. To me, they are friends equal to any that I would have. I greet them. And now they come into my business and they just want to come in and say hi and talk to me.
There's something different that's happened. What's different that's happened for us, and I'm speaking as a people, borders on genocide, takeover, colonization. You know what happens to me when I pass a mission? Yeah. You know, not the same thing that happens to every group that passes a mission. There's something different. When I hear Father Unipero Serra, what do you think I think of? You know, it's not...
Conquistador.
It's chopping off hands, sure. It's slavery. I mean, you know, that's what's different. And it gets tiring to not have that difference known. Mm-hmm. It gets tiring to not have that difference acknowledged and to have to keep talking about it. That's what gets tiring.
So I see here an attitude expressed by Utaka and by Roberto that says, how can I be an American? I can't. And so I won't. I'm going to cling to my heritage. Is this clinging the problem? Is this belief that you cannot become American the problem? For years I've said, why do these guys have such a problem being a color? Why can't they just be individuals and go out and make a place for themselves? And I hear you saying that we whites don't allow that, that we keep you down. Why aren't we just humans? I mean, why aren't we just brothers?
I want to just come back for a moment just to say that as I started this presentation and I was showing you those different definitions and I was talking about this issue about ethnicity And how is that different from race? And how is that different from this sense of freedom? How is that different when we think about biases and we think about implicit bias? I hope that clip allows the opportunity to see a little bit about what does that mean? What does it mean when we've been socialized to see things a little bit differently than how we behave, how we show up in different environments brings all of that with us to the table, right? And this is really what I hope that video was able to show you a little bit. So now I want to show you another clip very quickly. And again, I'm going to warn you, it's going to be very powerful, is to see what happens to the individuals as you begin to see in the video, right? When that lack of understanding is taking place. Like what happens for a person when they feel like who they are is not being recognized in a way that is meaningful and important. So I'm just gonna bring us to this next little video clip to close us out. Let's see.
There's a certain sort of silent consciousness about what it means to be American that I sense coming from white folks that I'd like to talk about. Before I do that, I'd like to say one more thing that's hard about talking about racism, and that is that people of color are spilling their guts and doing education to white people. Let me explain to you how you've got this wrong. Let me explain to you how you've got that wrong. Let me explain, and then we get cross-examined, and it's like, well, maybe your problem is blah, 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 blah. And it's always, racism gets looked at as a person of color's problem, and it's not. We're like on the receiving end of the problem, but we are not the problem. I walk in a world where black people, where Latinos, where Asians, where Arabs, all these different people are experienced as problem people, and that, well, we're going to deal with the person of color problem when in fact racism is essentially a white problem. And that for you to understand what racism is about, you're going to be so uncomfortable. You're going to be so different from who you see yourself to be now that there's just no way for you to get it from where you're sitting. And I'm not saying that you could never get it. I mean that you need to step outside of your skin and step outside of what seems really comfortable and familiar to you and launch out into some real, for you, unknown territory. And you haven't gone out there like you haven't, gotten in proximity to black people, as you say, because you don't have to. And that's part of what it means to be American, to me, is to have all these things that you can do if you want to, that you don't have to do if you don't want to do. And there's a way in which American and white and human become synonyms. That why can't we just treat each other as human beings? To me, when I hear it from a white person, it means, why can't we all just pretend to be white people? I'll pretend you're a white person, and then you can pretend to be white. Why don't you eat what I eat? Why don't you drink what I drink? Why don't you think like I think? Why don't you feel like I feel? God damn it, I'm so sick and goddamn tired of hearing about that. I'm sick of that. That's what it means to be human being to me. That's what it means to be white. That's what it means to be American. Why don't you come the hell over here? That's what I hear every goddamn day. And you know that I can't come over there. You know that this skin and that this hair and that this way that I talk and that I think and I feel will never, ever get included because I'm unpalatable to this goddamn nation. I'm unpalatable. You cannot swallow me. You cannot taste me. You cannot feel me because you don't want to. You think that you can survive without me, but you can't, man. You think that, hey, it'll all be fine when we just treat each other like human beings. And what that says to me is, don't be yourself. Be like me. Keep me comfortable. Connect where I'm ready to connect. Come out to my place. Or maybe I'll come down and get some artifacts from your place. That is bullshit. When you say that your ethnicity is American, there is no American ethnicity. You had to throw away your ethnicity to become American. That's what it means. That's what it means. You give up who you are to become American. And you can pretend that it's okay because you're white. When we give up who we are to become American, we know that we're dying from it. You're dying from it too, but you don't know it necessarily. Get ethnic, you know? You know, I'm not going to trust you until you're as willing to be changed and affected by my experience and transformed by my experience as I am every day by yours.
So I'm going to stop it there. And as you can see, this is from a video that absolutely you can get yourself to take a look at. But what I wanted to point out too is that just imagine for a moment, because we're talking about racialized violence and we're talking about racial violence as it pertains to Black folks, right? And oftentimes, and particularly last year with the George Floyd and a situation, and of course the countless others, which I'm not going to name all of them here, right? And people are like, my goodness, like you guys are upset. But when you have these experiences over and over and over and over again, when your lived experience, your day-to-day lived experience is a result of these violent acts, whether or not they are implicit or explicit, right? And that is one's experiences, without a doubt, it will have an impact on one's mental and physical self, right? Without a doubt, will have an impact on your physical and your mental self. And you certainly see that in that young man. So imagine for a moment that these are the experiences as a result of a category that one didn't create, as a result of a category that was humanly created, that gets people to be treated differently as a result of what racial group that we deem them to belong to and so forth, right? And so if in fact we don't understand that larger picture and the importance of that, is really, we're losing the boat, right? So I wanted to show all of that, to show this is the experience, this is what people are dealing with on a consistent basis, right? And so without a doubt, the psychological impact is gonna be, immense, right? And so we have to begin to, and thank goodness that we are, as a result of some amazing researchers, we're beginning to see ways that these experiences, these day-to-day experiences, is in fact a mental health issue, that racism is a mental health issue, and racism is a mental health issue because it is traumatizing. That racialized violence, because it's a violent act, it's a violent act that is associated to one's race, right? That is trauma, right? And trauma, it has a direct line to mental illness, which we all agree is a serious problem, right? We all agree that trauma is really a significant problem. So therefore, we have to accept the fact that these types of experiences are, number one, traumatizing, right? And that trauma is likely to have a significant impact on people's lives, right? But if we see it as such, and we as mental health folks who are in this conference, because we come to Melissa Institute Conference every year because we know that, Mike and Baum is about to drop some bombs. It's gonna help us understand how to do this stuff really well and understand the trauma really well, how to do our checklist. We're always ready to be able to do that. We have got to include racialized trauma as a central part of that. What is my toolkit? What is my processes for beginning to understand and assess that type of trauma in people's lives, right? So that we can begin to think about the type of interventions that we will need, right? To be able to not only work with individuals who are experiencing these types of traumas, but also be able to think about the kind of training that our therapists and our other mental health researchers are in need of in order for them to actually do this kind of research overall. So having said that, how wonderful that is if we're able to begin to think about the kind of treatment that we need to provide to our individuals. But let me say this clearly. If we stay there and we think about that, the fact that the focus of our work could be on addressing the individual who's being impacted by these types of traumas, by these types of violence, without thinking about the larger systems piece that we need to address, then we would have not been able to really being in the path to eradicate some of the issues. So we have to address the systemic issues. And in the next couple of minutes that I have, which I believe is only 10 minutes that I have, I want to very quickly walk you through what I think is a good model for us as a society, as an organization to the Melissa Institute, as a community, that we can begin to wrap our head around in terms of what we can do to address some of these things for tomorrow. I want to talk a little bit about this issue about equity, because it is in fact exactly where this area lies. We have to know that this distinction between equality and equity, and we all have to get to the level that we can be comfortable with equity, not equality, right? And I think this image really demonstrates that really well. So, but in my very quick minute that I have, I want to talk a little bit about a lot of these inequalities that exist, because these inequalities are grounded in that system structure that I talked about, that oftentimes are racially, structured, and to some extent have a racial tenet associated with it, and really have significant impacts in our societies. So I'm going to go through this a little quickly in my interest of time, because all of you are very well in tune with determinants of right and social determinants of things that affects us. I'm using one area, which is health, as a way to talk a little bit about, as an example of how racialized violence, because it impacts us, and we know the World Health Organization says that there's no health without mental health. So we know that when we're talking about the social determinants of health, we're also talking about mental health, but really paying attention to the areas that actually leads and impacts our lives. And as you can see, stress is one of them. And these kinds of experience on a day-to-day experience, like, absolutely impacts us. Social exclusion and discrimination is a part of us, right, as well, that leads to these kinds of health conditions. So we have to be able to address these things. I want to present to you very quickly the strategic framework that was created by NIH a number of years ago as a model for how we can address problems systemically, right? And so it begins with us looking at the problem, the long-term problem that we're trying to address, and look at it the individual way, and then look at the systemic issues, right? So that already when you're looking at this problem, if we're looking at the problem of racialized violence, we have to look at it and say, what are the individual issues? What is the health issues? What are the health, the mental health, the psychological health issues associated with it? But what are the systemic issues that are associated, with these types of violence as well? And then second, in terms of the steps, we need to take a look at what are the contributing factors of this particular violence that we are seeing in our society. So yes, that man in the video, you can see an individual, the individual's attitudes and their knowledge and their beliefs and all of that, or the individual plays a role, but it's not the totality of the story. We have to take a look at what role does the environment play? What role does the community in which we are all embedded in, right? What is happening in our community that also is contributing to some of these racialized violence that we are seeing, these levels of inequities that we are seeing in our communities as well. And then we have to take a look at the systems levels, right, as well. All of those are contributing to this one thing we're calling racialized violence, racialized trauma, right? And so we can't just look at one area without thinking about the other areas that matters as well. And then thirdly, in terms of the steps, are what are the strategies and the practices that we need to put in place to actually address something like racialized violence in our society. So yes, there are some things we can do at the individual level. And as you can see, if we having a systems and we understand this as a system issue, we have to take a look at the community level again and look at the systems level in terms of strategies and the practices that we need to put in place to actually address this particular area that we've identified as racialized violence. And then fourth, in terms of measures, if we're gonna look at how are we doing, what is the outcome, what is the impact that we want to have, again, we must do it at each one of those levels. We can't just look to see what is the impact we're having at the individual level. Because if we're only focusing at the individual level, we just have to wait a second because there'll be another racialized violence. Me, anybody else will have another experience, another that's coming around the corner that's likely to trigger all my other traumas, and then you can just treat that, right? But but we have to be able to go beyond the individual level and understand that we have a role to play in impacting the other systems as well, both at the community level and then the larger systems level as well. And then the last couple of things I was gonna say, as you can see, like if you look at the top of this model, we're talking about this 4-step model that where this first begins with the long-term problems, right? The long-term problem, but we don't look at the problem as an individual issue. We look at the problem at the larger community level and systems level. When we look at the factors that are contributing to the problem of racial violence, we look at it at the individual level, at the community level, and at the systems level. And when we're looking at what are the strategies and the practices that we need to put in place, then we need to think about it all within those 3 levels as well. And when we're looking at outcome and impact, we must be able to do the same thing, you know, in terms of racialized violence. So today, if we all in agreement that racialized violence is here, racial violence exists, and the impact that it's having at the individual level is dire, that this is a pandemic, this is a crisis, this is a public health crisis, then we have to take responsibility for ensuring that we're addressing this at all of the systems level that we're talking about here. So right now, I don't know about you, and so maybe somebody can tell me, because I don't know the DSM that looks at the pathology that exists at the systems level. So we have a DSM that tells us what's wrong with individuals, but we don't have a DSM that tells us what is wrong with system. And it is very clear that we have sick systems that are in place at this particular moment, and these systems having a significant impact on the individual and people's lives at all levels, from health to education to economic to housing, you know, and so forth and so on, right? So it means that we must find ways at a systems level to really address these things, which means we have to be we have to shift our mindset. We have to change our views, right? And not just look at that one man, the one white man in the video, or the one black man in the video, and think about how we're gonna address this particular thing. What are we gonna do with the one white man in the video? What are we gonna do with the one black man in the video, right? What are we gonna do with the one person who went to a store and this is what they experienced? What are we gonna do with the one cop who stopped somebody today simply because they look black? What are we going to do? One person who's responding and who's affected as a result of this particular experience. We've got to go beyond that and take a look at the community issues that we have, the structural and the systemic issues that we have that are contributing to these types of violence that are not just impacting Black folks, but are impacting a whole group of different racial groups in this country overall. And so I applaud you to really begin to think about, right, that to understand that racialized violence is consistent, it is persistent, there is no pause in this trauma because it's continual, right? We are living it every single day, and we live it both physically in terms of our experiences, but we also now have the beauty of the internet and all other social media that expose us to what's happening in Atlanta, to what's happening in Washington, to what's happening in New York, what's happening in Minnesota. So we are constantly being bombarded with images of these types of traumas. So not only do you have your own, but now you also have vicarious traumatization as well. And so we have to recognize that this type of violence, racialized violence as a trauma, is having significant impact of people, not throughout this nation and throughout the world. We must find ways of addressing this type of trauma at the systemic and structural level, right? And then and begin to pay attention to how all of these kinds of traumas is significantly impact our people in the community. And so I know for sure that to all of you who are here and continues to show up every single year to be a part of the Melissa Institute Conference, you are dedicated to addressing issues of violence. And I call on all of you to pay attention to this type of violence and say, enough is enough, that we as a collective will find ways to address this type of violence at a systemic level. And with that, I thank all of you, and I thank the Melissa Institute for amazing work that you continue to do. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Gerda, for talking to us directly about racialized violence and giving us a lot to think about. Let's take one more break, and when we come back, we will hear from Dr. Prideltensky. Doing the work of violence prevention is both inspiring and draining. To sustain our involvement and the willingness to act as agents of prevention requires that we nurture the complementary experiences of feeling valued and adding value. Here today to talk to us about this is internationally renowned community psychologist, friend, and the person who made it possible for the Institute's affiliation to the University of Miami, Dr. Isaac Prieltensky.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation to participate in this wonderful event at the Melissa Institute. My talk today is entitled The Role of Mattering in Personal, Organizational, and Community Well-Being. And I will draw inferences regarding the prevention of violence and the promotion of well-being at all these levels, personal, organizational, and communal. And my talk today is based on the recent book I published with my wife, Ora Prieltensky. The book is called How People Matter, Why It Affects Health, Happiness, Love, Work, and Society, and it's being published by Cambridge University Press. One of the things that I've learned living in 5 countries and working in many other countries is that all of us have a profound desire to matter. It doesn't matter where we live, all of us share this need to feel valued and add value. So that's really how we define mattering, as experiences of feeling valued and adding value. As you can see here in this mattering wheel, mattering consists of feeling valued. You see that on the left-hand side of the wheel, and adding value. And we typically feel valued by 4 sources: ourselves, other people, work, and community. And by feeling valued, I mean feeling appreciated, recognized, respected, and treated with dignity. Adding value, in turn, is about making a contribution to yourself or others, helping people, mastering a skill, developing your strengths, assuming leadership roles in the community. As you can see, we can add value to ourselves, others, work, and community. And our own research demonstrates that all these individual segments of the wheel are independent and unique contributors to mattering. And yet, they're all connected. As you can see from the arrows around the wheel, they are all connected. In the best of times, they form a virtuous cycle. The more we feel valued, the more we take risks to add value to ourselves and others. And the more we add value, the more we have an opportunity to feel valued. But in the worst of times, when we don't feel valued, that creates a vicious cycle as opposed to a virtuous cycle. And in a vicious cycle, we don't feel valued, we're afraid to make a mistake, we're afraid of being rejected, therefore we hesitate to add value, and we interrupt the nice flow of feeling valued and adding value. Now, today, I'm going to be talking about the role of mattering in personal, organizational, and communal well-being. And we will be answering 9 questions. The first question is, what is personal well-being? Then we will talk about why is mattering important in personal well-being and how to promote personal well-being. And then we will ask the same questions with regards to organizations and the same questions with regards to community. What is community well-being? Why is mattering important? And how to promote it. So we're going to start now with personal well-being. We can think of personal well-being as a house with different windows and rooms. Our life is very rich and consists of many rooms and dimensions. Different rooms add different tones to the house, but they are all of the same house. They are part of a gestalt. We call this the I-COPE model, and stands for interpersonal, community, occupational, physical, psychological, and economic well-being. And there is a lot of evidence that the various domains reinforce one another. Here, I just list 3 key dynamics highly supported by research. First, we know that interpersonal, occupational, and economic well-being improve physical and psychological well-being. In turn, psychological well-being enhances occupational, physical, and interpersonal well-being. And one more example, community well-being has been found to support psychological well-being. So it's really important that we pay attention to all these 6 domains of life. They're all independent, but related and synergistic. When we dig a little deeper into well-being, we realize that well-being consists of experiences of pleasure and experiences of purpose, such as meaning, mattering, and certain values like peace and justice. So we're now in a position to define well-being as experiences of pleasure and purpose over time in the I-COPE domains of life. Now that we know a little bit about what is personal well-being, we ask ourselves, why is mattering so important in personal well-being? And first of all, we should realize that mattering is not distributed equally in the population. People with higher income experience more mattering than people with low income. The same goes for individuals who are employed full-time as opposed to the unemployed. Those who are retired experience more mattering than those who are unemployed. People with more education report more mattering, as well as older and people who are married. And people who are married report usually more mattering because, as we know, interpersonal well-being is a key determinant of overall happiness and life satisfaction. We also know that mattering is related to a lot of important outcomes such as self-compassion, autonomy, mastery, positive relations, self-acceptance, self-efficacy. So we can see that this is a really important construct that we should be paying attention. When things go well and we live in a welcoming, a tolerant and inclusive society, most of us experience mattering. But when mattering is blocked, we end up with all kinds of problems. For example, depression affects 322 million people around the world. Globally, 85% of workers are either not engaged or actively disengaged from work. Around the world, extreme ideologies are on the rise, posing a serious threat to liberal democracies. So we can ask ourselves, what do depression, disengagement, and social disintegration have in common? They all result from lack of mattering. When we feel devalued, there are real psychological, organizational, and political consequences. Some consequences are internal, we get depressed, but some are external, we become aggressive. In 1890, the great American psychologist and philosopher William James said the following: If every person we met cut us dead and acted as if we were non-existent things, a kind of rage and impotent despair would before long well up in us. We see a lot of that today around the world, don't we? We see a lot of violence and aggression. The people who most often feel invisible are people living in poverty. Linda Tirado, who recently published a memoir about living on minimum wage in America, said the following: "The problem I have isn't just being undervalued, it's that it feels as though people go out of their way to make sure you know how useless you are." But it is not only people in poverty who feel excluded sometimes. Most of us have felt marginalized in one form or another. It happens when the boss puts you down in front of your colleagues, when others ignore you at a cocktail party, and when government officials abuse their power. In families, offices, and communities all over the world, people from every background are made to feel that they don't matter. And we have seen tremendous manifestation of this with the emergence of Black Lives Matter, a movement designed to combat the invisibility and the poor treatment of African Americans. On a personal level, when we feel disregarded, stress hormones flood our system and resentment grows. As a society, devaluing one another enhances conflict. Sometimes conflict can lead to a struggle for more freedom, as in the case of the Me Too movement and the Black Lives Matter movement. But sometimes it can lead to less freedom, as in the case of xenophobic movements. And on top of all this, there is another set of forces making it harder for us to matter to one another. Narcissism has reached epidemic proportions in recent decades. Inequality has also reached unprecedented levels. And despite the mounting evidence concerning global warming, we continue to ignore its consequences. We live in a period of huge ecological entitlement. So we ask, what do narcissism, inequality, and ecological entitlement have in common? They reflect the belief that some values are worth more than others. Some people feel overvalued, that it is okay to take up more resources regardless of the impact on other people. In contrast to the positive outcomes associated with mattering, when the need to feel valued is thwarted, we develop one of two types of problems. We feel either invisible or entitled. When the need to add value is frustrated, we develop either helplessness or ruthlessness. So now we move to the third question regarding personal well-being, which is how to promote it. If you're interested in the theory, research, and practice of our method of change, you can review our Laughing Guides trilogy. The books combine humor with science to improve health and wellness. And our theory is really based on the assumption that we can help people change and improve their well-being through the use of humor. So what we did was, in our approach to personal well-being, we created an online platform called funforwellness.com, in which we combined case studies with professional actors, video games, humor, self-reflection exercises, and a lot of interactivity to promote well-being in the I cope domains of life. We conducted 2 randomized control trials. And what you see is that individuals report higher levels of well-being in the ICOPE domains, better physical health, better mental health, higher degrees of self-efficacy, and people also report taking more actions to get healthy. So what do we do? What is this based on? So our approach is based on the Bear I Can strategies. These are 7 strategies proven in the literature concerned with leveraging behaviors, emotions, thoughts, interactions, context, awareness, and next steps. These 7 drivers work synergistically to promote well-being. Each one of the 7 drivers can be translated into action by 2 skills. So we teach people, for example, under behaviors, how to set a goal and how to create positive habits. Under emotions, we teach people not just how to manage negative emotions, but also how to cultivate positive emotions. Under thoughts, we teach people how to challenge negative assumptions and how to write a new story, a new narrative about themselves. So we teach 2 skills under each one of the Bear I Can strategies, and we achieve the results that I've shown you a minute ago. So now that we know a little bit about personal well-being, let's talk about organizational well-being. And organizational well-being is characterized by what I call a culture of mattering. And a culture of mattering forms the acronym SER. As you know, in Spanish, SER means to be. So to be a healthy organization, you need to embrace 3 attributes. You have to be supportive, you have to be effective, and you have to be reflective. We all want to work in a place where we receive emotional support, where there is warmth and a sense of belonging. That's crucial, but not enough. We also need to have clear roles. We need to be effective in achieving our goals and in completing our tasks. And we also have to be reflective. We have to be a learning organization. So if you think about what makes your job pleasant, you'll probably think about the fact that people are supportive, there is a good climate, we do what we do efficiently, and we also pause to reflect and learn from mistakes. And if you are not liking your job, especially, maybe you'll realize that it's either not supportive, maybe the way that you work is not very effective or reflective. So why is mattering really important in organizational well-being? We know from research that 70% of American workers are not engaged or actively disengaged. That leaves only 30% of workers who are engaged. And who are those who are engaged? Those who report feeling valued at work and having an opportunity to add value at work. And in a study conducted by Gallup, a meta-analysis inclusive of thousands of places of employment, millions of people in dozens of countries, when they compare companies that report high levels of engagement and mattering, those in the top quartile with those at the bottom quartile, what you find is a very meaningful difference. Those at the top report far fewer levels of absenteeism, and turnover is much smaller. There are fewer accidents, patient safety goes up, quality goes up, customer satisfaction goes up, productivity and profitability. So when you see these percentages, it really makes a big difference whether employees feel valued and they have an opportunity to add value. And how to promote organizational well-being. So let me go back for a second. I think I skipped the slide, so here we go. So at the University of Miami, we wanted to ascertain whether the culture we had been creating, we call it a culture of mattering, had any impact on our employees. And it turns out that a culture of mattering really improves the sense of engagement and the sense of inclusiveness in the workplace. And these two, engagement and inclusiveness, in turn enhance various domains of well-being, such as overall purpose, social, financial, physical, and community well-being. So what we are learning from our own studies at the University of Miami, in collaboration with Gallup, is that feeling valued and adding value at work really makes a big difference. So now we ask the question, how to promote organizational well-being? And here I want to talk for a minute about a few skills that are really important when we're trying to promote organizational change. And I have organized these skills into this acronym called I Value It. And it starts with being an inclusive host. When you think about what you like about your place of employment, one of the things you probably like is the fact that your boss and your colleagues are inclusive. They create a sense of belonging. They don't exclude you from important decisions. And one more thing you probably like about your workplace is that it has a clear vision. You know what you're doing. You all know what is the end goal. You probably also like the fact that people are asked to contribute with their strengths. So if you are a leader, you have to be concerned with being an asset seeker. What are the unique signature strengths of your colleagues that you want to build upon? You have to be a good listener, and you have to come up with unique solutions to the problems afflicting your workplace. You have to evaluate what you do. Remember about being a reflective learning organization. You have to evaluate the efficacy of what you're doing. You have to be good at implementing change, not just talking about change. And you have to be a trendsetter. And by being a trendsetter, I mean being creative, putting your signature strength in something that is sustainable, that will really distinguish your organization from others. So now we ask the question, what is community well-being? Well, we know a thing or two about community well-being. And first of all, we know that healthy communities are those in which people feel free to exchange gifts of the head, ideas, the heart, emotional support, and gifts of the hand, concrete help. So when you examine healthy communities, there is a lot of exchange of ideas and support going on. People make you feel welcome and safe. And also, people feel okay sharing vulnerabilities and fallibility, because nobody's perfect and we all struggle with issues. So there is permission to be human, permission to experience the full range of emotion, from happiness to sadness and depression and everything in between. Because we know that the more we can share our authentic selves, the better everyone is. In these communities, there is also an important quality, which is they reduce status anxiety. People don't feel that they're always in an endless competition to achieve higher status. So status is reduced. People don't love you because of your achievements or your wealth or your education, but they make you feel that you're just one more of a pack. You are just the same as everybody else. And in order to be valued, you don't need to be the best at something or achieve celebrity status. Healthy communities also build associations. When you put them all of these attributes together, these communities enhance mattering. And the more mattering there is, the more harmony and the more peace there is. Now, unfortunately, not every society is characterized by these qualities. Many people live in what we call me cultures. And in me cultures, there is a mantra. Sometimes it's not explicit, but it's implicit. And this mantra states that I have the right to feel valued so that I may be happy and well. Now, when you think about it, there is some truth to this. We all have the right to feel valued so that we may be happy. The problem is that this is only 50% of the answer in our pursuit of mattering. So this is 100% correct about 50% of the problem. Because if we focus only on me instead of we are going to end up with the levels of narcissism we experience today. So what I am advocating for is shifting from a me culture to a we culture. And in a we culture, we all have the right and responsibility to feel valued and add value so that we may all experience wellness and fairness. So what's the main difference between me and we? In a me culture, we go back, it's all about me. It's about I should have the right to feel happy. Whereas in a we culture, it's about all of us having not just rights to claim what's due me, but having responsibility not just to feel valued, but also to add value so that we may all experience wellness and fairness. And this is a very important addition to the me culture. So the more we embrace a we culture, where everyone is valued and has an opportunity to add value, and everyone can experience wellness and fairness, the better off all of us are going to be. So now we ask ourselves the question, why is mattering important in community well-being? And in two recent studies on the impact of social justice policies, including accessible healthcare and policies of inclusion and high-quality education, a colleague and I demonstrated that policies of fairness improve mattering at the national level in two ways. First, through the promotion of individual autonomy, and second, through the promotion of social capital. So autonomy, or the ability to add value to yourself and promote self-determination and the community, is essential in mattering. Social capital, in turn, which is about feeling valued and adding value through relationships in the community, is also key to mattering. So it turns out that both autonomy and social capital, essential aspects of mattering, predict significantly life satisfaction or wellness in the community. The first study consisted of 27 EU nations, and the second one entailed 41 OECD countries over a period of 10 years. Another way of stating the same results is to say that fairness improves wellness, both directly and indirectly, through adding value and feeling valued, the two essential domains of mattering. Here we see the relationship between social justice in the European Union and life satisfaction. Over a number of years, Denmark performed the best and Greece did quite poorly. As you can see, Denmark at the top right-hand corner over different tiers, the different spheres represent different tiers, achieves quite high levels of social justice and life satisfaction at the same time, whereas Greece is not performing that well. Italy is also not doing great. Other countries doing pretty well are the Netherlands and Sweden. And here we see the impact of the social justice index on social capital in the European Union. Here again, Nordic countries perform the best. Our work is in line with the famous studies conducted by Wilkinson and Pickett, in which they explored how health and social problems vary across levels of income inequality. Their study found that more economic egalitarian countries report higher levels of life expectancy, math, literacy, trust, and social mobility, and lower levels of infant mortality, homicides, imprisonment, teenage births, obesity, and mental illness. So here we have a lot of converging evidence that the fairer the country, the lower the status anxiety, the higher the levels of mattering, the less violence we see in society. Fewer levels of homicides and imprisonment and all kinds of psychosocial problems. So now we come to the last part of the talk, and we're going to explore how to promote community well-being. For the last 100 years, medical, psychological, political, and educational remedial efforts have concentrated on 4 wrong assumptions. That we can improve wellness by pathologizing people, by being reactive and arrogant, and by blaming people for their misfortune. I call this the drain approach because it sucks energy out of people. To overcome these problems, I recommend the SPEC approach, which is based on strengths, prevention, empowerment, and community change. There is a great deal of research showing that stereotypes and focusing on deficits does not help. Research on stereotype threat shows that when minorities are reminded of some stereotype pertaining to their group, their performance declines. In medical and psychiatric services, there is a horrible history of abuse and disempowering of patients. Finally, there is a political and medical tradition of blaming people for their own problems instead of looking at the context of their lives. We must overcome these 4 problems to create healthy communities. To talk about strengths, let me introduce Muhammad Yunus. Muhammad Yunus won the Nobel Peace Prize for demonstrating that the poor are not lazy and that they can be trusted when given loans. Yunus built on women's strengths in Bangladesh and created the Grameen Bank, which gives microloans to poor peasants to start their own businesses. He lifted millions out of poverty by demonstrating that the poor can be trusted with loans and that they have dignity and self-respect. Unlike many medical, psychological, and social workers, he focused on people's strengths instead of people's weaknesses. He granted them dignity by trusting them and by offering them a fair chance to succeed in life. So what we can see here is that Muhammad Yunus didn't just want poor people to beat the odds. He changed the odds. He changed the odds by enabling them to work with dignity and rise above poverty. Now, let me say a word about prevention. And this really has a lot of implications for the prevention of COVID-19 and the prevention of violence, which are two things afflicting us, our society, really seriously now. So there is a saying in prevention that no mass disorder afflicting humankind has ever been eliminated or brought under control by treating the affected individual. The only way to stop these mass disorders is through prevention. Physical, emotional, and social problems like HIV/AIDS, COVID-19, homicides, child abuse, or teen pregnancy, the only way to reduce the incidence is through prevention. Prevention is the only answer. We must invest massively in the promotion of personal and communal well-being and in the improvement of the context of people's lives. Let's talk now about the third element of SPEC, which I call empowerment. I'm sure you recognize some of these people. I'm sure you recognize Mandela, Rigoberta Menchú from Guatemala, Cesar Chavez, Rosa Parks, and others. And what we have learned from all these towering figures is that empowerment is not only a tool for social change, but for personal healing at the same time. When you become an agent of change, you experience self-efficacy, you add value to a cause, to a social movement, and in return, you feel valued. So empowering people has this dual effect of improving their personal well-being and striving towards a healthier society at the same time. So now let's talk for a minute about the last aspect of the SPEC model, which is community change. And I'm sure you can all guess where this picture is from, right? This picture is from Venice. And when we ask ourselves, what's the main problem with Venice? As everybody knows, the problem is that Venice is sinking. And why is this a community problem? It's a community problem because even if you were the best engineer in the world, and let's say you wanted to save your own apartment, anyone from the picture behind my image there, if you wanted to save your own house, you would be thoroughly unsuccessful because the house above you and next to you, they are all going to be sinking together. And this is why some problems really defy individual solutions. The same goes for controlling COVID-19 and for dealing with climate change. You cannot come up with your individual solutions because you depend on collective will. So there is a quote I like about Venice, which says the following. If Venice is slowly being submerged, individual citizens cannot afford to ignore their collective fate because in the end, they all drown together if nothing is done. If the citizens of Venice assumed a me culture, saying, I have the right to save my own house, there is no way they were going to be successful. They have to embrace a we culture. in which we all have the right and responsibility to feel valued and add value to the collective. So I think it's high time we all pay more attention, not just to what's good for me and my house, my end of the world, but to what's good for the collective as well, because we are all interdependent. So by way of summary, let me conclude with one of my mantras. And my mantra is that there is no wellness without fairness. Thank you so much for your attention. I understand this is the last session of the day, so I would very much welcome your participation in the next session about questions and answers. We're going to have a panel where you can ask questions of the various presenters. So thank you very much, and I hope you had a terrific day. Please stay with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hey there.
Hello. Hello. How are you doing? Good to see you.
You too, Etienne. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is wonderful to see so many good friends and scholars together.
Yes, for
Let me
sure.
share with you. Everybody's coming on board. We're, let's see. We're waiting for. I think we have to wait for Isaac is over here. Hello, Isaac.
Hi, guys.
Good to see you.
Good to see everybody.
And we're waiting for. Oh, you're there too? I don't see you, but you'll appear soon.
Yeah, there he is. Hi, Don.
Hi there. Great presentations, guys.
Good to see you.
So is that? Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations. Thank you for being ambassadors of the Melissa Institute. And thank you for really dedicating your life to moving the needle in the right direction, to making our.
Are we live now?
I would imagine we are, but I'm.
Okay, great.
It's because I am. They switched the control to me now, but I'm assuming we are, to be honest with you. And this is one of the yes, we are live. They just sent me a message. We are live. So I just want to make sure. And this is one of the beautiful things about doing this technology now. This is we get to do new things all the time. So again, I just want to thank you all for the work that you do, for being ambassadors of the Institute, for working on behalf of all of us to move the needle in the right direction. It's for me an honor to be your colleague, to have you as a member of the scientific board of the Melissa Institute. And so I'm gonna take care of something before we move forward, because I know I will forget. It's a home economic piece, just to remind people to complete the evaluations, the evaluation forms they were gonna receive via email, completed soon after you get you finish a conference, so that you can get the continuing education credits that you wish to get. If you're psychologists, nurses, physicians, keep in mind that you will be receiving the evaluation from Baptist Hospital in the following week, and that you must complete those forms in order to get credits. Otherwise, you won't be getting it. We want to remind you also that we have monthly trainings, so keep an eye on us, and the next one will be by Dr. Sherry Hamby on resiliency. It will be at the end of May. I think it's May 24th or so. So I mean June 24th or so. All right. So I have questions here that are from the audience, and I hope we have an opportunity to ask some questions, to give each other an opportunity to ask questions from each other. Let me see. Let me look at this. Question from for Isaac Prietensky. He said, if we, Dr. Priatansky, if we are all to attack a treatment plan or an IEP behavioral goals chart in the schools by not focusing on improving deficits, i.e. or e.g. decreasing impulsivity, increasing anger management skills, etc., and instead come up with 2 or 3 of the individual greatest strength and just focus on increasing this strength, we would be much better off overall for the child or for the individual.
Thank you, Tioni. I think I understand the question.
Okay.
And I think it's a matter of balance. In today's presentations, we heard great programs to improve skills, to control impulsivity, to think before you act, etc. I'm not saying that we should only focus on building on children's strengths. We have to pay attention to what the challenging situation is. But traditionally, I was a school psychologist some years back when I started my career, and unfortunately, not all that has changed, in the sense that we often neglect to identify what are the strengths of this kid, and there are many children we work with in schools who are incredibly resilient, and they are coping with very difficult circumstances. And we have to include, as part of the treatment plan, an acknowledgement of the strengths of the child and his or her family, and just build on that. We have to make the child feel valued for what the child is bringing to the world, to the classroom, to his peers, to him or herself. And if we only focus on the deficits, on trying to reduce what's bad with the kid, right? The message the child gets is, I'm an imperfect human being. I have all these adults trying to make me something that I am not, right? And I am not saying that impulsivity is not a problem, attention deficit is a problem. Of course they are. But we have to pay attention on how to enter the world of the child through his or her strengths. If I may be autobiographical for a second, I lost my parents in a car accident when I was 8 years old. And I remember everybody in school expressing pity over me, as opposed to acknowledging that I was doing pretty well, despite a very traumatic event that I had in my life. And it was only my peers, going back to Don's buddy systems, it was my peers, other 8-year-olds, who recognized my strengths, and they built on them. And I had good friends, whereas all the adults were focusing on what I did not have, right? I didn't have parents, I was an orphan, and they all expressed pity. And I can remember thinking, they don't have a good word to say, is my life going to be defined by what I don't have as opposed to what I do have? So I have this personal autobiographical note to relate to what many kids go through in schools. And they feel like they don't fit, they don't belong, and we further stereotype them and stigmatize them as opposed to stopping and building on their strengths. And it's our responsibility to dig really deep and identify the strengths that every child, every family, every community have, as opposed to trying to fit them into our model of what a perfect prototypical child should be. We should all adjust to the inner strengths and beauties of these kids.
Wonderful. I wonder, Gerda and Don, since both of you have plenty of experience also working with children and schools, what do you think about this question?
I was actually going to respond to the comment that Isaac just made, and I was very pleased. Thank you so much, Isaac. It was really wonderful to hear your presentation on mattering, because I think as Black people in the United States of America, we've been trying to say all the time that we do matter. But it turns out that being matter doesn't really equate, right? So this idea about being matter doesn't seem to be sinking through when it comes to Black folks. And we see it consistently over and over again. And that is, it's not related to one's degree, because I can say, right, Skit, professor of Harvard, who, who's a Harvard professor, can't go to his own house and get arrested because people don't think he belongs there, that there's no way he could have lived in this particular place. So we live in this society. So I do think that we have these amazing strengths that are internal. And I'm speaking as a Black person in America, that I know that what I have, and I know what my family tells me that I have in terms of my ability, but I live in a system that says differently all the time, right? And so there is a systemic piece. And I do think that there is some work that the individuals within the system, so there's the work that we have to do in identifying the inherent strength of the kid, but the person who's doing that assessment themselves also need to do their own work, right? To begin to recognize. And that's, to me, where your piece around the organizational well-being piece comes in, because there's some work we have to do as an organization, as a system. So when we're talking about IEPs in the school system, we have got to do better in terms of teachers, the people who are doing that work, so that they have a level of unlearning to do when they seek to see individuals as human. Right? So when we dehumanize people, and we see that constantly among particularly our Black kids, right? When they go from elementary school, they make it to middle school, they suddenly become threatening individuals, but they were cute in kindergarten, but now they're threatened ones, in middle school and high school. And so I think we have to recognize the systems in which we are in that doesn't allow for the strengths of all, right? And I mean all of its citizens of this country to really be at the forefront of what we're doing. So I wonder whether or not, and so I always look to community psychology to really help us understand that we, A, cannot address things at the individual level, we have to have a systemic approach, and B, that we have to actually cannot just focus on intervention, but we also have to think about the prevention. So my question is what will 20 years look like? How will 30 years look like in terms of this society, and how we're thinking about this concept of mattering even, right, within this particular society and in the systems in which we are in.
So I can highlight that the Melissa Institute has a major theme of being strength-based perspective. So in fact, I invite the audience to visit the multiple presentations and papers there that highlight the way in which one can bolster strengths in children, families, adolescents, and the like. I would, however, add the following. That is apropos of the issue of the challenges, I don't want to call it deficits, the challenges that students present. Because of their life experience, for example, may be exposed to adverse childhood experiences that are multiple in nature, that they do have specific kinds of challenges that warrants specific interventions. So for example, there may be neurobiological sequelae that underlies whether that impulsivity or the like exists. And therefore, we need to provide interventions that would help them address their impulsivity, their attributional bias, the hostility that was discussed earlier this morning. So there are specific cognitive, behavioral, and other types of interventions that would be warranted. And maybe later on in the course of these questions, I'll give some specific examples. So while on the one hand, there is a need to highlight those attributes that individuals have, those islands of competence and the like, there may be a need to provide some compensatory mechanisms or interventions as well. These are not mutually exclusive from my perspective.
All right, thank you very much. I have a question here for Dr. Nicholas. Do you have suggestions for ground rules to have safe conversations about race in the workplace?
Yes, thank you so much for the question, Stacy. Good to see you. Yes, so in fact, we have a number of things on our website, and I would invite some of you to check out the website because we have a whole engaging in authentic dialogue around race, or difficult dialogue around lots of different concepts as well. And it really, the bulk of it is about how do we listen for listening and not listening for responding. So there's a whole toolkit around that. So oftentimes when we are engaging in conversations regarding race, we're listening with the goal of responding and not with the focus of listening for listening. So there's a whole set of toolkits that we have on how to do that. I remind people all the time that communication is a skill. That is why we have schools of communications on most campuses. It's not something that we know how to do relatively easy. And so a lot of this is around that. A very good friend of all of us who's here, Roberta Shevin, used to say all the time as a part of the MCCJ, used to say, it's hard for you to hate somebody whose story you know, right? So the opportunity for you to actually hear people's stories and hear the context in which they come in, and allowing for that to happen, oftentimes can lead to a very different outcome than coming into a conversation thinking it's gonna be a combative one. That to me has been really interesting, and I'm happy to share the link to those toolkits with everybody so that they can see how we can engage in those dialogues. And I know a group of our students also out of the school is actually writing a whole article about engaging in authentic, difficult dialogues and how to do that, step by step to do that as well. So we'll be happy to share that.
Perhaps I can just give one example in the clinical domain. That is, over the course of my career, I've had an opportunity to work with clients from a variety of diverse cultures, racial and ethnic groups. And one of the interesting things that we've done is to invite a member or members of that particular racial or ethnic group to watch us do therapy, and also to review the kind of instruments and so forth. So what we've done is use members of that community as well as getting feedback from the clients in order to make us culturally sensitive for that specific population, in order to tailor it. So the notion of, in the mental health community, it's really valuable to have input by individuals and to see how you can culturally adapt and making your clinical setting culturally relevant, whether that's dealing with clients who are members of LGBTQ community or whether it's minority populations. I think mental health practitioners have a real responsibility to have that kind of diversity training as well.
Thank you. Isaac, would you like to say something about that?
I want to pick up on what Gerda said about the next 20 years in terms of mattering, which is really important. And I go back to the conversation this morning when Ron was asked, what can we learn from other countries about reducing violence? And I think we have the research I've been conducting with my colleague Salvatore Di Martino in European and OECD countries, it shows that countries with more advanced policies of social justice, they promote more mattering. So countries that espouse more social justice policies in health, education, community services, etc., the more social justice policies that are enacted, the more mattering the population feels. And the more mattering, the higher life satisfaction. So I think in many ways, the US is lagging behind other countries. If we want to look at higher levels of satisfaction and mattering, we should be looking at exemplars. Of course, each country is different, but overall, it's pretty impressive when you compare 40 countries and you see, it turns out that those countries where there is universal healthcare and high quality education for everybody, not just for the privileged white community, right? When everybody has access, Well, it turns out that people feel more valued, people have an opportunity to add value because there isn't this barrier to access based on prejudice or racial bias, right? There is truly more inclusion, and the more people have an opportunity to add value, there is more fulfillment and more life satisfaction. Many Black people and Latinos in this country are prevented from adding value, right? It's not just that they don't. Of course, there is a huge problem with not feeling valued, but also they are prevented from positions of authority, from leadership positions. And as a result, they lack an opportunity to add value when they have so much to contribute, right? So I think we should look at exemplars and see what states do better, what countries do better, what communities do better.
Wonderful, wonderful. I have a question here from a good friend of all of us, from Holly Swerlin, and founder of the Fatherhood Task Force of South Florida. Holly asked, of the 4 entities that were identified to work together, public health, behavioral science, criminal justice, and education, to prevent violence, who takes the leadership and the funding to take this task on? Anybody want to take that one?
I just say one sentence.
Yeah.
Leadership is where you can find it. In other words, there is no predetermined, the ministry of this or the discipline of that. I think leadership emerges from any one of these places, and then you have to build a coalition of disciplines, of communities. You have to bring them together. And so I don't think there is a predetermined leader in this. You have to work together in coalition building.
So I'd like to ask my colleagues a question. If you look at the United States at this moment in time, with the political polarization, with communities and individuals deciding not to go for a vaccine, it seems to me that we live in a very much a me society. And I'd be curious as to what you folks think we need to do in order to change from a me society to a we society.
Can I just add one thing to what Don just asked? I do think that we would be amiss to answer that question around this idea that there are some communities who are not getting the vaccine because it is a part of a me society. For many communities in the United States of America, there's an issue of trust. And that issue of trust is grounded and founded on historical data and fact. And so I don't believe it's an issue only on, it is about me, therefore I'm saying no to the vaccine as a Black person in America. I think that I'm a product of a system that has not always treated me well, that has not always done well by me when it comes to healthcare. So when a vaccine shows up in the middle of a pandemic, I'm not raising my hand as the first one to go and do it. Now, having said that, let me just be very clear. I've already taken my vaccine to everybody who's here, so I've taken my vaccine already. But I do think it's important to recognize that that kind of systemic structure, when there's already these kind of historical things occurring, when something like a pandemic comes on, then people are less likely to raise their hand and say, yes, I'm willing to do these things, because the issues of trust has been eroded. So now we have to work on trust building.
I concur with that, but I would suggest that there's a portion of folks who don't go for the vaccine or who are politically politicized for other reasons besides distrust, that it's a very heterogeneous group. So my question to both of you is, even if you move away from the issue of vaccines, let's take another one, economic inequality, okay? Where people who are getting sufficient tax breaks and so forth, who are self-centered, where greed is an issue, How do you get them to move to a we, to show them that it's in their interest to move from me to we? Leave the vaccine aside.
I think that, to quote our friends from the presentations in the morning, I think Deborah, Jim, Ron, they all talked about multifactorial models for the both evolution and prevention of violence, and the same applies here, right? So there is so much segmentation and segregation in the country. So many groups have felt marginalized that they seek to regain their identity by rebelling against what they perceive to be the scientific elite, the political elite. So we have to do a great deal of work in reducing and eliminating this sense of superiority that some groups exert over other groups. Because what happens is when you feel completely ignored, when you feel invisible, when you feel that the elites, quote unquote, really don't care about what you think, then you begin to latch on to some really dangerous identities that are going to give you a sense of meaning and purpose. And all of a sudden, it's not about science, but it's about identity and about meaning. And I am an anti-vaxxer because I don't believe in science, because these people have been telling me how to live my life for the last 40 years or so. So I think it starts with education. It starts at the systemic level. If we think about Bronfenbrenner, we have to institute fairness policies that minimize the polarization, and we have to infuse the schools with the same policies, and the families and the workplace, so on and so forth. So we can go any which way from the ecological level, from the individual to the macro, or the macro to the intra, and the work has to take place at all these levels. I just want to say this has been called the politics of resentment. Some right-wing historians like Francis Fukuyama recognized it, and he's not known for his liberal ideas. So he says the politics of resentment results in some really distorted views of the world. So just because I feel resentful, because I feel ignored, minimized, invisible, mistreated, then I'm going to latch on to some ideologies that are going to provide me with a sense of identity. And then I just buy the whole thing. I don't believe in science. I don't believe in the coastal elites. I don't believe in CNBC, whatever it is. And I'm just going to create an identity. So we have to do whatever we can to minimize all these inequalities, the dissing of certain groups that have felt forgotten for many years.
Wonderful, wonderful.
And I agree with that. The only thing I was going to add to what Isaac said, and I'm so glad that Ishahi is here. Dr. Robertson, as you know, who's been a supervisor with us at the clinic, is here, because I do think taking a look at the reactance theory is a really good one to take a look at, because it speaks around the sort of the unpleasant motives, right? What are some of the things that forces people to think about the losses and the freedom of behaviors? Because we are dealing with that piece of issue, which are power and this threat issue. It's like when people feel like economically I may be threatened, and then how do I deal with that? And so I think all of that, I do think it's that combination of bringing together lots of different systems, which get at the question about leadership before, that we have to stop doing things on silos. We have to think about the only way to address these issues is not at one level. And that if we continue to address them only at one level, then we will seek to actually eradicate or even reduce some of the issues that we are seeing. as well. So I appreciate that, Overton. It's good to see you here. And I think that perspective is important as well.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share with you a question from Reverend Charles Dinkins, a community leader, and a member of our board. When we talk about systems, how do we reestablish the system of community that facilitated a Black people or all people grow and development? Among Blacks, the community system was the foundation that produced some of very productive, I guess, parts of American history in a much tougher time in America than we are today. It appeared in those times we mattered to ourselves. So who are we trying to matter to? During those times, it appears that mattering was personal and grew out of the ethic proud of representing the race.
And it's interesting because I had a very interesting conversation with some of our sort of like older Black folks in the community. And by older, I'm sorry, I'm talking about our 80s and above, right? Who've had an opportunity to live in this society and see things a little bit differently. And speaks around like growing up into communities where actually you mattered to the people around you, and the belief that you could achieve, they believe that while there were these external barriers, but you absolutely can really achieve. And that's not the system that we are in today. I had a chance a couple of years ago to visit one of our public school system with a couple of colleagues of mine. And as we're walking down the hallway, I hear a teacher say to a very rowdy class, right? A very rowdy class all together. And her statement to the students were, it doesn't matter what you guys do. She's like, whatever you want to do, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how you behave. All of you are going to end up at McDonald's anyway, right? And that is like a very different type of an environment to grow up in, right? So imagine that for the one who does show up every day, who's doing her work every day, who's doing his work every day. Well, the message is relatively clear that no matter what you do, what you are going to end up with is at McDonald's right at the end. And you can imagine that teacher is frustrated being in a system where things are not working well. There's a whole lot of layering to all of that as well. But that's not in an environment, Isaac, where the child is feeling relatively mattered, right? So they can come from the church, they can come from the home, but historically you could do all of that. But when you go from wherever places you are going in your community, you felt like you could achieve things. You felt like you can be productive and so forth. And so the question of what happens now to kids from the moment they leave home to when they go outside of the home, the experiences that they are experiencing, I think Charles is very right on to say that now it's an issue about how do I prove myself to be good for others, as opposed to being good for what we can produce in the larger community. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about that, Isaac.
Well, you're pointing out the toxins in the community, to go back to Ron's presentation. And I guess what you're saying is the kid may draw a lot of strengths from family and community, but the kid goes to school and the messages are very demoralizing. And this is why it's a whole of system approach that's required, right? And we know how influential teachers can be. And as we all know, it's very difficult to build self-confidence and a sense of mattering, but it's very easy to destroy it. So you can work really hard to build the self-esteem, the confidence, the sense of mattering in a kid, in a family, in a community, but it takes very little to tear it down. And that's what we need to prevent.
So in order to have mattering, one of the things we know is that school connectedness is a really important feature. So one of my favorite questions to ask students is the following. I say to them, if you were absent from school Who besides your friends would know that you're missing and would miss you? Who besides your friends would know that you're missing and would miss you? If you had a problem in school, whether it's getting along with others or falling behind, who would you go to for help? So the answer to that question is really an important one in indicating whether in that school there is any particular adult, whether it's a teacher, principal, a coach, a bus driver, a guardian, whoever it is that values you, becomes an important kind of predictor. The other thing that becomes interesting that we've done is we've put in the teacher's lounge a list of all the students, especially those who were perceived as high risk. And we asked teachers to put a check mark next to each student they thought they had a connection to and could identify with. So you could do in your initial screening, just like I was talking about using peer warning systems and class play measures and the like, to identify those children who feel that they do not matter, that we have not identified some island of competence that we could build on. Okay, it turns out that students do not have to be a social butterfly. They just need one peer kind of assessment. So one of the things that was highlighted this morning by Jim Lawson was the degree to which parenting, especially parenting monitoring, social relationships, becomes really critical. Apropos of Reverend Dinkins' question, I have been following the rather interesting PBS series on the history of the Black church in terms of its evolution and critical role in creating a sense of community. And it turns out that racial pride is a critical element. I've done a fair amount with Native populations, both in Canada and the United States, and the degree to which people feel that they have a connection, either not only with people at this point, but also using their spirituality. So they feel a matter in terms of connecting even to a higher power or to their religious beliefs. And in fact, if you look at, for instance, the data on suicide in Native populations, there are close to 500 tribes in the United States, and some communities have a very high incidence of suicide rate among adolescents, and other tribes have very low rates, even lower than the national average of 8 per 100,000 as compared to 12 per 100,000 versus 30 per 100,000. And if you look at the qualities of those communities as we have, you could see that the role of rituals, cultural identity, the role of elders. So we can enumerate from ongoing research what are the components of a community, not just a country, but a community in which people thrive in spite of a whole host of adverse childhood experiences and stressors. And I think if you look to the future to address the question that was raised, the question is, how do we create, not from a top down, but from a sort of bottom up, community level recreation of what you call mattering and building on strengths and respect. I just did a 3-hour Zoom presentation on how to bolster resilience in adolescence. And there was a really interesting set of studies of African-American adolescents, especially among boys, who at this point have a much higher suicide rate than their white counterparts and the like. And one of the things they assessed, Gibbons and others, this was in a recent American Psychologist, was the number of times that these youths were stopped by police in a kind of microaggression that occurs. And what they reported was that being stopped early in the pre-adolescent year, especially with a family that took pride, actually boasted resilience. High incidence of microaggression of police stops after age 16 resulted in dire consequences for these youth. So what became interesting is that there was a kind of developmental critical period. So what I'm saying is, if I had to look to the future, I don't have a lot of confidence of the way we're politically structured, that there's going to be top down. But I think that we can try and build up those parameters in a given community that will nurture wellness and reduce the likelihood of various forms of psychopathology. If that makes any sense in terms of the connectedness and mattering.
You know, this may be a good opportunity to mention that we are fortunate now to have new leadership in Miami-Dade County who is really looking forward with progressive ideas to develop what she's calling the Peace and Prosperity Plan, an initiative to really reduce violence, especially homicides and gun violence, and increase really the well-being of our communities. We're fortunate also to be working closely with them, trying to do the best we can to offer our expert advice. And some of you have already members of the scientific board being part of this process, and we're looking forward to continue working with them on that. We're doing the same on a different level with folks at the White House right now, who are developing the national agenda. So on gender-based violence and other forms of violence prevention, but precisely addressing these issues, not only the development of policies that would be promote safety and well-being, but also that can be done in a more hierarchical way, like that will go from top to bottom, taking into considerations the needs of the communities as well as kind of like the government. So it's a good time for us in that regard, and all of you with your input will be part of these conversations. We have people from the White House as well as people from the county watching the conference today. So hopefully that'll be the information that we're sharing will be helpful to them. I have a question.
I just add one thing to what you just said.
Okay.
I know you have a question coming up, but so like if you take a look to see what the Mayor Cava just did in her very first couple of months in office, where she said, I will go and try to hear the voices of the people. And she launched a Thrive Miami survey, like engaging survey.
Yes.
Had a record number of responses, right? Because people didn't expect that you do a survey that people in the community were going to respond. A whole slew of people responded, and they showed up to town halls because of exactly what Isaac was talking about. When people feel they matter, they will show up. And when they show up, they will contribute and they will have a significant impact in the larger community. Because the people showed up and they showed up in large abundant number, then she's able to understand what are the issues, what are the needs, the people feel engaged, now they are participating. Then she went back and gave that back to them and said, you participated in a survey, let's host a town hall so I can tell you what you said, right, as well. All of that is what Isaac is talking about, around this idea about feeling mattered. And when that happens, then people will thrive. Then people will show up and people will want to participate. They want to be a part of it. You will see communities be more engaged, more connectedness. But if we don't do that, if we continue to devalue people and don't recognize the things they bring to the table, then you're going to continue to have communities that are fragmented, that are, disconnected, no matter how many connected 10 Miami conversations that we try to have. So I really appreciate what is happening right now in Miami. And I think that the Melissa Institute has always played a role in the last 25 years of bringing people together around this theme of violence and the importance of engaging in this particular conversation. And it's great to see that the elected officials are taking some of those things from the Melissa Institute, some of those recipes from the Melissa Institute, and recognize how important it is when we bring people together. So really excited about that.
Well put. We're just very grateful to be part of the process, to be able to help in any way we can. Isa, do you want to say something about that?
Just to reiterate brief part of my presentation, where we found that social capital, which is what our mayor is trying to build, is the strongest predictor of well-being in the community. Not just a predictor, the strongest predictor by far of well-being in the community. So when there are efforts to be engaged, when there are structures that enable people to voice their opinion, to feel that they matter, you know, people are paying attention to me, people care about what I think and feel in this. That is already beneficial to the personal well-being of the participants and to the community as a whole. And this is the beauty of social capital and empowerment. As I said before, it's not just a tool for social change, but for mental health at the same time. You get 2 for 1. You feel better because you are advancing your self-determination and your autonomy, and you are also contributing to the community. So it's a recipe for a we culture, right? It's you are given opportunities to improve your own lot in life for you and your community, but also contributing to the well-being of everybody else. And that makes a good virtuous cycle.
One quick observation. Notice that where political leaders reach out, in almost all instances, they are female political leaders. Okay, if you look at New Zealand, Iceland, now the mayor of this, the mayors of Chicago, or it's really interesting that there are gender differences in terms of the possibility of seeing the value of social connections and relationships. We know that from a lot of developmental research. You know, so I don't know if the moral of this is that we need more female leaders, or we need to help male politicians develop that kind of empathy. But it's really interesting if you look at the case studies across your communities that you cited, Isaac. Think about how many of those Nordic countries had female input and the kind of gender differences that go along with that.
Several.
Right.
It just makes me smile to show up in a conference where I'm surrounded by 3 men, to hear that we are finally admitting the fact that women are amazing leaders, and maybe we need to create spaces to have more women leaders into our society. So I keep saying all the time, as the mother of 2 girls, I say the future is female, the future is female, the future is female. And I think we have amazing examples of ways that when women lead, the whole community thrive. That is been shown. It is consistent. So I'm so happy I didn't have to say that you, Don, are the person who got a chance to say that today as a part of this conversation. So.
I just report the data.
Awesome.
Let me just give you, this is one more for the benefit of an old friend of the Institute, Alan Ribler. He says, although I have not attended all the 25 May conferences, I attended the majority. He said, the presentations are always on the mark and so important, good data, evidence-based recommendations. Yet these problems are still at epidemic levels, with levels of violence in this country still at very disturbing highs. How do we as professionals keep up the energy it takes to keep on going? The focus today on community action was great. So
I can answer that for me.
Yes.
I have 4 children, 7 grandchildren. The goal is to make the world a little bit safer for them.
All right.
So that keeps you going. I mean, in fact, if you looked at the data that Ron presented, it actually went down.
Yes.
So, one of the things I talked about in terms of the bystander intervention, I would be absolutely fascinated that if in fact on the news each night, instead of seeing another shooting, we saw an account of where bystander police prevented violence, or whereby communities come to support others, or the story about female leadership. I mean, I think the media could play a significant role in telling the rest of the story, or Isaac could give examples of, where mattering made a difference. I found this data on the differences in countries fascinating, and I'd like to see that story told and retold. I mean, so that, I think part of it is education, part of it's changing the frame that we are. You know, my perspective is that everyone's a storyteller, okay? And you're a homo narrative. And it's not that bad things happen like violence. It's what is the story you tell yourself and others. So the fact that Greta tells her two daughters every day that the future is female, okay, and keeps repeating that, I think is where the action lies.
I was only going to add to what you said, Don. To answer the question, I have to tell you, I'm completely moved and continue to be motivated and fueled by what happened when our people come together in the community, and the work that we are doing on my team and the work that we are doing here in Miami-Dade, seeing communities coming together in Overtown, Liberty City, and the West Grove, and so forth. Those are not the stories that are told in the news, but they exist. Right. We have countless examples of coalitions being formed, people working together for the betterment of their communities. Right. And I think the more we amplify that, to me, the more we can see what could happen and continue to see what happens when communities come together and the effective change that can happen. To me, that fuels me, that motivates me in a significant way. And I think the university has a really wonderful opportunity to partner with our community organizations in order for us to enact change. And that I'm completely moved by. I'm moved by every year I show up at the Melissa Institute, I'm moved by the people who takes the day to show up and say, I want to talk about violence. To me, those are the kinds of, and said, I want to be a part of the solution. I want to be a part of the changes that we're making. And I think over the last 25 years, we've certainly seen the amazing impact the Melissa Institute have had in this community in terms of addressing violence here. So that fuels me, that gets me going so I can show up again next year, be a part of a lot.
And I hope not only you show up, but the audience. The message of the Melissa Institute for 25 years is one word. It's hope. Okay. And that's what keeps us going.
Yeah.
And if I may take this as an opportunity, there are plenty of reasons to be hopeful too. Those of us who have been at it for a while and have seen it happening, not only in real changes, in real things that happen. When I put together the book on advancing social justice through clinical practice in 2007, no publisher wanted to put the word social justice in the title with clinical work in psychology. They kept saying, "What are you doing? This isn't a field. It doesn't exist." And it was unbelievable to me. They didn't have a language, much like your topic today, your conversation today about racialized violence. We were illiterate then about it, much the same way we're illiterate now about about racialized violence. So there's evidence everywhere that things have changed that way. We have now 5 or 6 journals that deal with these issues and plenty of conversations going on. So as Ron, I think, highlighted this morning, and other literature suggests, there's a lot less violence today than it was years ago. So we are in the right track, but the hurt is there and needs to be taken care. Okay. And so now let's see. I'll give you you guys you get the last question. One of you get a chance to ask the last question to close up the conference. One of my panelists. Would you have a question that you want to ask? See answered right now? Don, any question that you?
No, I just want to thank all the people who participated, having been committed to this organization for 25 years. As I mentioned, I feel honored and privileged to have the involvement, commitment, and association with each of the presenters and with you at TMI. And I want to thank Elise and Amanda and Melissa and everybody else who made this so flawless. I mean, I think this is so good. I'm not even sure we'll have a live conference again. I do hope to come to Miami and so forth, but I really want to express my deepest appreciation for everybody who helped put this together and everyone who presented. Thank you. And we will call upon you again.
Thank you very much, Don. And I cannot say enough about the work of Elise, Amanda, Melissa, and it's been amazing.
Amazing.
Well, thank you very much to all of you. With this, I think we come to an end. Again, I just want to reiterate how proud I am of working with all of you, and thank you for joining us in making our community safer and healthier. And stay tuned for the continued trainings that we're offering. Remember, every month now we have a course out from Stellar Scholars, and the one is coming at the next one is coming up at the end of June. All right. Take care now.
Thank you.
Thank you all.